And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate each and every one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, so we had an interesting day regarding the trials and closing arguments, where the closings were very interesting to see. I liked it. And we are going to do the reactions to scenes of the Johnny Depp trial as we have been doing. Alright. Going into the other window. And hello everyone, welcome to the spaceship. It is me, Alien Spaceship. Alright. So we have some interesting things going on with in the trial realm. The trial, this murder trial, it'll be, there's Doug Weinstein, who was in the YSL trial, so I think he's a really good attorney. I liked him a lot during that trial, and he was representing a new client, and he did his closing, and before that they had another witness, and the state was doing their closing, and it was very interesting how there is a part. Oh, hello, Rebecca. Oh, hey, hi, hello to you. Hello, Rebecca, and hey, Doe. It was great to see both of you. Welcome. And yeah, so that was interesting with the trial today. It was the witnesses, all the information, but the closing argument from the state, she was really loud and like sharp, and it woke and Alexandria McDonald, we call her Miss McDonald. So Miss McDonald was saying how it was that definitely woke everyone up. And I was on the phone with Mary Toodles, and I was there listening, and I heard boo. I was like, oh, okay. It woke me up. All my 9 lives woke up. I was a cat. So that was. I've been watching a trial, parts of it throughout its time, and now it's finally going to see tomorrow. The judge is very straightforward, very logical, very good at presenting what's going on, information. I don't know anything bad about him, and so far I think that he did very well conducting the trial. I know I'm talking like conducting like you're conducting a musical, but I'm sure there's another term for it, but that's what the term I'm using. Right? And so we're going to get the window out. Okay, Doe. Okay, Doe. Have fun with that. Whenever you can, I like to know what you're cooking. But yeah, that's good. You're doing that. Alright, so get this window open. I'm going to go here. Shout out to the spaceship cats. Okay. Yesterday the internet went out for no reason, but remember, it's not my end. It's YouTube's end. Not YouTube either. It's certainly not YouTube. It's my provider. Right. I want to look at Hurricane Erin, the tropical Erin, to see what it's doing, and then we'll get into the Johnny Depp clips. Storm. Alright, let's see what it says here. Alright, Tropical Storm Erin Tracker new map shows which homeowners could be in danger when storm turns into hurricane. The first potential major hurricane of 2025 is moving toward the land, with trackers' estimated path is veering toward the Caribbean. As it was projected to with the spaghetti models, it's likely to go out to sea, but it may go. It could go inland, possibly. It's possible. They're going to watch it for the next 2.5 weeks. All right. Currently, the tropical storm Erin is more than 1,200 miles east northern Leeward Islands, according to Weather Channel, and is expected to strengthen into a hurricane later this week as it passes by Puerto Rico. From there, the forecasters are divided as in truth is still too early to predict exact path. The most models see Erin taking northerly track into the western Atlantic Ocean, missing landfall in the United States entirely. Some models suggest it could take more southern route, potentially putting the east coast, eastern Canada at risk. By the weekend, Erin moves into warmer waters. It's forecast to become a Category 3 storm, though likely still out of range by Monday. The storm's trajectory should be clearer. 2025 hurricane season is expected to be above normal. Every single year they'll say this, by the way. They'll say every single year it's above normal. All right, and last year there was like nothing. So if it's above normal, it's gonna, if you have one or two or three, it's well, I'm talking about the year before, but yeah. So anyway, they usually say it's above normal every year, but yeah, hurricanes do happen though. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration updated in 2025 hurricane season outlook, originally released in May, reaffirming its forecast for above normal Atlantic hurricane activity before the season ends November 30. NOAA experts. Oh, thank you, Dwayne. Y'all have a great evening to both of you. And shout out to you and Sharon, Dwayne. I appreciate y'all's support. And hurricane season outlook, originally released in May, reaffirming its forecast for above normal Atlantic hurricane activity before the season ends in November 30. NOAA experts say likelihood of more intense than tropical hurricane season is 50% down from 60% in May. The agencies expected 13 to 18 named storms with winds of at least 39 miles per hour, of which 5 to 9 could become hurricanes with winds 74 miles per hour or higher. Of these, 5 could escalate to major hurricanes with winds 111 miles per hour or more. Alright, and this is some flooding in one of the islands in the Caribbean. In the Atlantic. It's not quite in the Caribbean yet. A 2025 hurricane risk report by Cotilly, a data-driven tech company, found more than 33.1 million residential properties with a combined reconstruction cost value of RCV of 11.7 trillion are at moderate or greater risk of sustaining damage from hurricane force winds. Florida, Texas, North Carolina, New Jersey, New York, and Massachusetts are among the states with the highest number of homes and the RCV at moderate great risk of hurricane damage winds. And you see the map right here. You have Florida, Texas, North Carolina, New Jersey, and Massachusetts. And yeah, so that's New York, Bermuda, Miami, different places. Or possibly it could hit. How to prepare for a hurricane before it makes landfall. The best defense is a good offense. While there only is much you can do to protect your home, there is enough to give you and your family peace of mind during hurricane season. First, get the essentials in order. Ideally, you get a hurricane ready in months leading up to the start of the hurricane season, June 1st. This is when you should gather water, non-perishable foods, and a go bag of important documents and other necessities. Like, oh, hello, Judy. It's great to see you. Oh, welcome. We'll be reacting to the Johnny Depp scenes in a moment, where I'm giving a little bit of the tropical storm update. Good evening to you. Like cash, prescription medications, says Rachel Guthier, meteorologist at the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety in Charlotte, North Carolina. When a storm is forecast to or approaching, insurance companies typically issue binding restrictions, meaning they stop issuing new policies or increasing coverage until the threat passed. Oh, yeah. Usually on the phone lives, that's where we have the the trolls come in during the phone lives because of the algorithm. We'll do that soon, and you could test your mod skills out. It'll be interesting. Yeah. That's why it's important to have coverage locked in well before the season starts. If you live in a hurricane zone, getting ideal coverage can be challenging. It's also wise to keep emergency savings on hand to cover damages not insured. An emergency savings buffer is vital to being ready to cover unexpected costs, advise Malene Muson, an insurance expert at clearassurance.com. Quote, if a hurricane rips off your siding and you're not covered by home insurance, your emergency savings can help you recover financially. Before disaster strikes, create an evacuation route and designate meeting places inside and outside your home. Everyone should have an evacuation plan since there's always a risk you'll have to leave your home in a hurry, says Muson. Once a hurricane is confirmed to be headed your way, focus on fortifying your home and ensuring your family's safety. A few days before incoming storms, it's a good idea to board up windows, bring out items that could be flying as projectiles, and high winds, and stock up on extra fuel and generators or vehicles, says Gauthier. All right. That was an interesting trial today, Judy, with the closings were interesting. And that lady was loud. Scared. The state. Okay. Going to. Oh, you were grocery shopping. Generator not help in a flood. Yeah, it usually would not help in a flood. That is true. But if you're able to keep it on high ground some kind of a way, if you can't, then it can't. But if you're able to get it on some kind of a way, it would be good to know. Yeah, and hello Sharon, great to see you. The hurricane update is that there will be. It's a tropical storm, and it's heading towards the Caribbean, but it's probably not going to enter the States or anything yet so far. Right. So we're gonna watch one of these clips while we go into the other parts. All right, so let's go here. Amber Heard's witness are watching yesterday.
What's a loan out?
A loan out? A loan out is the corporation that an actor will use so that their money comes in through a corporation, and then that corporation technically loans out the actor's
Hey, Frog, it's great to see you, buddy.
services to the production. So the loan out is the corporation that the actor uses, and then they loan out the services to the production company. It's just really for tax purposes.
Do you know of any movie that Ms. Heard booked immediately prior to Aquaman other than Gully?
Well, I know she did Justice League. I don't remember the dates and times of the filming of the other ones. You always have to look at the filming dates.
You talked about Mr. Schnell. Gully was in his chart, right?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right. Did you look closely at his chart?
Pardon?
Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart?
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media campaigns is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
Okay. Do you know whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's chart?
I don't remember.
Okay. You talked a little bit about Q scores and Mr. Banya. Do you remember that?
Yes.
For Ms. Heard, Mr. Banya used Q scores from immediately after Aquaman, right?
Again, if you want to show me something, I can answer. I don't remember every word of Mr. Banya's, but I remember talking about the dates with you earlier.
All right. But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Banya used were after Aquaman but before the Waldman statements?
He used a couple different scores based on dates. I don't remember if they were correlated to the statements or not. I remember years more than anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember exactly what his said.
Even before the Waldman statements, Ms. Heard had very high negative Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores?
No, very high negative Q scores.
As I said, very high negative Q scores. I remember discussions of a lot of Q scores. I don't remember exactly what or when, which score, or whether it was net.
So in your analysis, you didn't consider Ms. Heard's negative Q scores as a restraint on what she might earn on a going forward basis?
No, Q scores change all the time. Ms. Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253. Q scores change all the time. Scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
You talked a little bit about Mr. Depp's damages. Did you talk, who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Who's Jerry Bruckheimer? The producer of the Pirates franchise. Well, he's a huge producer of a lot of movies, but he happens to be the producer of the Pirates franchise.
You didn't talk to him prior to your testimony?
Personally, no.
No. And you didn't have other people talk to him on your behalf, did you?
Me personally, no. I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
And you've never spoken with Mr. Bruckheimer about why Mr. Depp has not appeared in a 6th pirate movie?
There has been no 6th pirate movie. There is not a Pirates movie titled Pirate 6 yet.
Right.
Or ever.
But you haven't talked to Mr. Bruckheimer as to whether Mr. Depp was going to appear in the movie?
From things that I've read in newspaper publications and emails, I've read that Mr. Bruckheimer was uncertain whether Mr. Depp would star in.
Right. But you haven't talked to him. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney?
I actually put a call into somebody at Disney, and they didn't want to talk on the record.
All right, you called somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk to you.
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to talk about their stars, whether they want to preserve a relationship that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk about people they are in business with.
So you have no personal knowledge why Mr. Depp hasn't made a sixth pirate movie?
Well, as I said, there is no sixth pirate movie.
Right. But you don't know why. You have no personal knowledge why.
I don't work at Disney now.
Did you listen to Mr. Wiggum's testimony in this trial?
I read Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
And Mr. Wiggum said Mr. Depp had a deal for the movie, right?
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no Pirates movie, there have been no deals negotiated, and that's what Ms. Jacobs also testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something else.
It doesn't correlate, as we say, to the other two agents' testimony.
You've indicated that a portion of the reason that Mr. Depp has received a variety of negative comments in Hollywood is that he engages in lawsuits.
One of the elements that has contributed to a lot of negative press and attention is due to the lawsuits, and the activity and the behaviors that we talked about earlier have been brought into the limelight.
Mr. Depp's lawsuit here has generated negative publicity for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
That lawsuit, until she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman statements, did it?
Mr. Depp's lawsuits?
Yeah.
No, we talked about that. It was pertaining to her op-ed piece.
Right. It related to what
Pardon?
Ms. Heard said.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Heard said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
It related to the op-ed piece that Ms. Heard wrote.
Right. So Mr. Waldman's statements have no connection to the negative publicity that Ms. Heard has received relative to this trial, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation, hearsay, and outside the scope.
Any response?
We're looking for a causal connection here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
No. When was the last time you met with Ms. Heard?
I only met Ms. Heard at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
First time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
For a testimony, it's $650 an hour.
What has been your compensation to date for providing the assistance that you have in this case?
I've been working on the case for about 3 years, and over the 3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
You said 60?
Yeah, over 3 years.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm going to make it definitely fit within that 5:30.
Okay.
Ms. Arnold, you were asked a number of questions about the different social media, the negative, and how do you know that it relates to the Waldman Depp statements? Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some of that was your testimony, some Jessica Kovacs-Vatsevich, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the 3 statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What, if any, efforts were made to track the negative social media that caused the damages that you've attributed?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So L'Oreal did a lot of research. William Morris did a lot of research. Mr. Schnell did a lot of research. And in those conversations, those were also connective tissues to the negative social media campaign and the Waldman statements.
All right. And they connected back to those three statements, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those three statements?
Again, we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminion. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the negative social media campaigns and the Waldman statements.
Okay. And I'm going to jump because
Doe, what are you having for dinner? Welcome back.
I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions about Mr. Hamada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And asked whether he testified that whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their initial decision not to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or that,
I recall
those questions?
The questioning, yes.
Okay. Now, the testimony from Mr. Schnell tracked the 1.2 million tracers to January 2021, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Right. So when Mr. Schnell did his analysis, it was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising her Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
All right. And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the 1.2 million negative social media tweets and Instagrams and other communications?
Objection, no foundation.
Had any impact?
Sustained. Next question.
Are you aware of whether he said anything about that?
I recall in the Warner Brothers file.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know whether that had any impact?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking now. She's allowed to rely on hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. You were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparables. And so I'm just going to go to this again. Of all the different movies, of all of those comparables, which movie was the highest grossing of all of them?
Again, I believe it's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films. Certainly the highest DC comic film or in that superhero world. But again, I don't want to say it was the highest, but I think it was very close to it.
Do you know whether Walter Hamada admits it was the highest grossing DC film?
Yes, he said that, yes.
Okay. So when you're looking at all the comparables, what, if any, relevance is there to the degree of success of that DC superhero movie?
Objection, foundation.
She can speak to that, Your Honor.
That's the foundation.
Do you know the answer to that question? Do you know?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. No, I have to admit. Okay, so let's go backwards. So what if, do you know whether it makes a difference, whether how successful that DC superhero movie is in what types of films they'll be able to get in the future?
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking the foundation.
If you want to ask the foundation, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought I was asking. Do you know whether that plays any role, the degree of success?
Customarily, when a film...
Objection, foundation.
Ask her how she knows.
How do you know?
In 25 years of being in the film industry, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office, it shines a very bright light on the actors, especially if they're in lead roles. And it's customary that they will get, not customary, it is, I don't want to use the word standard, but it is very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and with a role model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten other roles and worked quite a bit afterwards, and that movie would have helped her career. I mean, that's no question.
Okay. And with all these comparables, when you gave the range to this jury of 45 to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time, did you put Amber Heard's estimated damages ranges above all those other comparables?
No, again, I was very specific in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get for her in that contract and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually was in contract for and what her agents negotiated. And I used that as the baseline for the financial numbers of her loss. I used the comparable actors to show how consistently they all worked and how their careers moved forward after being in a box office.
You asked about Disney and the Pirates 6 again. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney is willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
Objection, no foundation.
All right, so during the defamation trial on Monday, Amber Heard's legal team called the entertainment consultant to testify on Heard's behalf. During the defamation trial on Monday, and Catherine Arnold testified that Johnny Depp's role prior to op-ed did not perform as well as the previous roles, and the character of Captain Jack Sparrow was exhausted of creativity. Arnold also stated that Amber incurred an estimate of 50 million losses after the Depp and Adam Wademan's statements. So yeah, she is on Amber's side, Amber Heard's witness of the entertainment consultant.
I'm asking her what, if anything, does she know about whether Disney is...
If you can lay a foundation.
Okay. Did you listen to or did you read the Disney testimony in this case?
I did, yes.
All right. What do you recall Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million and give him alpacas.
Thank you. You were asked about the defecation. What, if any, recollection or knowledge do you have about whether that social media negative campaign that you've testified had the words defecation in it or poop?
Objection, no foundation.
I know that the word poop and the hashtag poop is used.
Okay. Was that in any of the
Move to
ones
strike.
you-
Sustain the objection,
Okay.
move to strike. Next question.
Okay. In your review of the social media campaigns and the negative social media campaigns that you testified to with this jury, that include the L'Oreal, that include the WME, that include Mr. Schnell, and include what you've done, what, if any, recollection do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statements include the words poop or defecation?
Objection, compound.
Overrule.
I don't believe poop was one of the hashtags that was connected to the statements.
Okay, thank you. You were asked about the time period between the defamatory statement, between the release of Aquaman 2 in December 2018.
Aquaman 1.
Aquaman 1, thank you, and the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. During that time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2...
She looks like woman on Seinfeld. Poop is compound. Hilarious. Now this is like the ending part of it, of this testimony, but I'll play like kind of the beginning part since y'all didn't see that part. All right.
was in discussions with Amber Heard about scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2.
In the period between the statements and
Before. I'm going before.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1.
Okay.
And the April 8, first of the defamatory statements.
Right.
Do you know whether whether Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard about scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you know? I'm asking her whether you know.
I'll sustain as the hearsay.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether Aquaman was in discussions with Amber during that period?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know how to, I'm asking
Going to ask her
foundation.
foundation.
Right. How would you know?
Well, Amber received an early draft of the script. Amber's agents were in discussions.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can say that.
Sustained.
Okay. What is, in your experience, based on getting scripts, what does that mean? I'm asking for experience.
In my experience with the movie as high profile as something like Aquaman, they keep the scripts very tight. You know, they don't let anybody read them. They're numbered. They have your name on it. So if you're getting a script for a movie such as Aquaman that's kept tightly close to the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you the script.
Okay. And so if a script was given to Amber Heard before the first April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest?
Objection.
Based on your knowledge that you've just testified to.
Objection, speculation.
It's not speculation. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Again, if she got the script, they were going to use her in the movie. That was their plan.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you're still an expert, so you can have a seat in the courtroom.
I'm
sorry.
still
okay. You still are.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this come to the end of our day. All right, so please do not do any outside research tonight, and don't talk with anybody about the case, okay? And we'll see you in the morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock.
All right, and I understand that you're testifying as a damages expert and wear two hats, talking both about Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages that resulted from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statements.
That's what I was tasked with, yes.
Right. The mere fact that there were activities after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
Well, all right, that's an interesting thing because the witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay. But you're an expert who is purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood was that it was a time frame between which the Waldman statements were made and the negative decline in her career started happening, and in discussions with her agents and her publicists, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman's statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
Well, actually, both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative analysis was done on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldminion in them. So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements and the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my expertise.
All right, let's then go back to what you just testified to, and I think you said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right, and the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at Justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes?
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 984,000.
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all of the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right. So your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that and let's talk about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement, is it?
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to Amber Heard as an abuser, but no, those words were not used, correct?
Right. And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
All right. And Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. None of those things are. And in terms of
Amber Turd's not in the statement. Yeah, hilarious.
the use of the words fraud and hoax, that appeared in only 6.5% of the millions of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can look at it together if you'd like to.
Right. And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldminion.
According to Mr. Schnell, yes.
No, all right. But if that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing, so there is some connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statement. That's a social media campaign.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay.
During the trial, we thought she certainly was a lot like Amber, and she was uppity like her. She was conducting a bad character like Amber. You know, suspicious attitude. and certainly was defending her. So I think that it is absolutely cringe, this witness, and trying to discredit Depp's claim. But yeah, definitely the people that she was around were very similar to her. That she was the company that she kept.
Of the causal connection that you claim exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the 3 statements made by Mr. Waldman.
Well, I also looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other lawsuits that she was either involved with or was discussed. And her career might have had a pause, but she was able to overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand, both very prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess,
I'm sorry.
It's just nerves. It's really just that. There's
that's
just
okay.
dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career, and you looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial filing of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated. She overcame that. She did Justice League, and she did Aquaman, and she did The Stand, and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that. The only time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory statements came out. So,
but there was a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them. Right?
No, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was excuse me, please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career. That was not in context of when I was asked about Ms. Heard's career.
It's not the same fire?
It is and isn't. Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So most of the negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
There was negativity, yes, about it. Remember both of them in the case, yes.
Right. Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Right? And so you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps or Ms. Heard from working.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So, again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social media activity, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years, yeah.
The instigating event, and therefore your damage analysis with some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
You know, I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you. But obviously we know that a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this. You decided that there were a number of persons that you described as comparable in order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You would agree with me that that is a negative influence with respect to Hollywood.
If one believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it, you know, it was reported. Yes?
Yeah, it certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
I certainly do not have proof video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But what you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story has adversely impacted Miss Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causal link between that poop story and her demise of her career? I can't. No, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do it?
Can I make it? No, I can't.
Right. And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I stand by them. So
you did by just pointing out the time frame are relatively close.
The time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces, again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at, yes.
All right, so from your perspective, anything that happened after Waldman that was negative to your client is attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage analysis that you made?
I was tasked with looking at that specifically, and that's what I was asked to limit it to. I was not asked to look at anything else.
All right. Jason Momoa, that's one of your comparables, right?
Yes.
He's been prominent since 1999. He was in Baywatch in 99. 44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right. But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, I didn't watch Baywatch, but
All right.
he certainly had the physique for it, so.
Stargate Atlantis, he was on that, many episodes.
Right?
Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. He played Conan the Barbarian.
In TV or film?
Film.
Okay. I don't have Mr. Momoa's resume memorized, so.
No, I'm just trying to understand how you came to the conclusion they're comparable, because I'm just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career. Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV for a period of 3 years, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was in Game of Thrones.
Yes, he was.
Yep. And he's Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started.
You mean
know
the
that?
Justice League and other things like that, yeah.
Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. Wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No.
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
Not that I know of, no.
No. And he was in both Justice League movies.
Correct?
Yeah. And he's in Aquaman 2.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie. Right?
Yes.
He's one of the most heroic characters in the recent Dune blockbuster.
Which happened post Aquaman.
Right. In fact, likely his character...
He's not the lead, though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you ever read Dune?
Pardon?
Did you ever read Dune?
No, but I've seen the movie.
No. Do you understand whether his character will come back from the dead in the third movie?
As again, I didn't read the book, so he might. I don't know. We're just talking about that one movie.
That might be a bit of a spoiler.
Oh, man. Dude.
He's one of the principal leads in the new Fast and Furious franchise movie Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure, no.
Okay. But that's not the career path that Ms. Heard has had. She's never been the title character in a movie. She hasn't spent years on television. She did, what, 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
All right. Mr. Momoa remains well-liked, even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow Jason Momoa, but you use him as a comparable to come up with a $45
I said I
million
don't follow his fan base. I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
All right, Moki. I'll do the review on it. 1998 was the year I was born, so it's quite interesting to me. All right, and a Georgia man is standing trial for the cold case murder of his wife, who was the daughter of a convicted serial killer. Christopher Wolfenberger was arrested in August 2024 for the murder of Melissa Wolfenberger. Her remains include her severed head were found in a trash bag in April and June. Yes, absolutely, Erin. Yes. Scared. Her severed head were found. Okay, so the murder of Melissa Wolfenberger, her remains, including her severed head, were found in a trash bags in April and June of 1999. At the time of her remains were misidentified and weren't positively identified until 2003, according to the Eclectic police. Yeah, I'll read it again. So Christopher Wolfenberger was arrested in August 2024 for the murder of Melissa Wolfenbarger. Her remains including her severed head, were found in a trash bags April and June of 1999. At the time of her remains were misidentified and weren't positively identified until 2003, according to Atlanta police. Melissa disappeared in late 1998. At the time, Christopher claimed that she left on her own accord and never returned, according to the court documents obtained by Court TV. He told investigators he never reported her missing because he assumed she had moved on with her life. Prosecutors said Melissa had filed for a temporary protective order against Christopher in July 1998, and she intended to leave him. Yes, she was. Absolutely, Sharon. Yes. At the press conference announcing his arrest, authorities Christopher was always a person of interest, but did not detail what led to his arrest. Decades later, court documents state Melissa's remains were found directly across the street from where Christopher worked at the time. At a press conference announcing his arrest, authorities said Christopher was always a person. Oh, okay, I read that already. A grand jury indicted Christopher on charges of murder and felony of murder. Jury selection began August 12. Okay, construe. Understood. Understood. Thank you for being with us. Leave whenever you want. Melissa Wolfenbarger. Jury selection begins for Georgia. Man accused of beheading wife. Jury selection is underway in the murder trial for a Georgia man accused of beheading his wife. As Crime Online previously reported, Christopher Wolfenbarger stands accused of murder of his wife, Melissa Wolfenbarger. Police named Wolfenbarger a person of interest from the start, according to the Atlanta homicide detective Jerion Shepard. Melissa Wolfenberger's family last heard from her on Thanksgiving in 1998 when she called from her husband's grandparents' home, according to the police report at the time. 1999, investigators found a human head soaked in bleach in a black trash bag off the Avon Avenue in Atlanta. The head was in the area behind the glass company where Christopher Wolfenbarger once worked. Police said that he didn't report his wife missing until 2000, claiming that she left voluntarily and never returned. A grand jury indicted Wolfenbarger in 2024. This defendant inflicted homicidal violence upon Melissa Wolfenbarger, his wife, who he was separated from. Attorney Brian Terpainer said last year. Medical examiners were able to determine that the dismemberment appeared to have been done by a mechanical or electrical saw. Prosecutors referenced Christopher Wolfenbarger's criminal record, noting that since the 1990s he had been charged with 4 felonies, mostly for theft and also for failure to appear in court for past cases. Violated probation in 2003. Wolfenbarger defense court contorted by empathizing that these offenses happened decades ago, pointing to his age, insisting that he should be presumed innocent while waiting trial. I know Thanksgiving, I guess, is the time to go to Walmart to the murder aisle and get what needs to be done. Scared. That's one of the pictures of her, and that's his mugshot. Yeah, pick up some traps with your turkeys. Yeah, exactly. All right. That's another. Yeah, she was very pretty. Yeah. All right, Moki. Oh boy, that is beautiful. There you go. That's a supermodel right there. Scared. Scared. Hey, glamour shots. All right. Okay. That's her dad. Let's see. Exactly, Sharon. Right. Erin said, "I dig glamorous shots. Ladies, lock up your sons. I was white as hell, braces and brown lip gloss. Scared." Carl Millard Hatton Jr. is an American serial killer who committed 5 murders across Georgia from 73 77 with multiple accomplices via DNA testing in 2003. He was arrested for the murders of subsequently pleading guilty and given a life sentence. All right. Biography. Little is known of Patton's background. Born in 1949, he spent most of his life in Georgia, having lived in DeKalb, Clayton, and Henry counties. In 1968, he married a woman named Norma, with whom he would have 2 daughters, one in 1970, another in 1977. Oh, yeah, yeah. I need to get all my Lucky Charms together, Aaron, for that, and the fate will be in my favor. In 1970s, Patton learned a number of trades in the construction industry, working in the field until his final arrest in mid 1983. He was arrested for felony theft and convicted for the charge in November, receiving a year of imprisonment as a consequence. He did not serve the sentence in full, as Patton was granted parole and released in May 1984. He is not known to have committed any crimes after this, and no criminal charges were filed against him until his 2003 arrest. In late 1998, Patton's youngest daughter, 21-year-old Melissa Wolfenbarger, went missing in Atlanta. On April 29, 1999, her severed head was found wrapped up in a garbage bag in a dumpster near her home. In 2003, her dismembered remains were found in the black trash bag in another dumpster, but her torso was never found. The remains went unidentified until 2003 after her father's arrest. By early 2003, Patton and his wife had moved to Locust Grove, where he worked as a roofer. On February 23 of that year, Patton was arrested for the murder of 31-year-old Lady Matthew Evans, who had been murdered in December 1977 after a DNA match linked him to crime scene Minutes after his arrest, Norma Patton told officers that she was willing to testify against her husband in exchange for immunity from prosecution. The DeKalb County Prosecutor's Office made a plea deal with her in which they would drop all accessory to murder charges in exchange for Norma revealing that her husband and family, I mean, no, husband and a friend of his, firefighter Joe Cleveland, were responsible for several murders dating back to late 1977. Yeah. Oh, I was reading something. I know I'm reading something, but no, I'll bring it in. But I was reading something. She probably thinks that I'm watching a stream, or I'm watching a clip or something. All right, I'm gonna play the Johnny Depp thing for a moment. I'll be right back. Okay.
Isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right. All right. You indicated that Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Yes, she's a star.
She's in fact Wonder Woman.
I know, she's good too.
Yeah. All right. She's the title character. And there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes?
Yeah. And even before that, she was in franchise films.
Which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
Excuse me, I honestly don't remember her being that as one of the main characters. I know it's The Rock and
You
that whole crew.
didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on her resume, but I didn't. Again, I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples,
All right, let's go. By early 2003, Patton and his wife moved to Locust Grove, where he worked as a roofer. On February 23 at the year, Patton was arrested. The murder of 31-year-old on December. Okay, so by early 2003, Patton and his wife had moved to Locust Grove, where he worked as a roofer. On February 23 that year, Patton was arrested for the murder of 31-year-old Lindy Matthew Evans, who had been murdered in December 1977. After a DNA match linked him to the crime scene, minutes after his arrest, Norma Patton told the officers that she was willing to testify against her husband in exchange for immunity from prosecution. The DeKalb County Prosecutor's Office made a plea deal with her in which they would drop all accessory to the murder charges in exchange for Norma revealing that her husband and a friend of his, a firefighter Joe Cleveland, were responsible for several murders dating back to late 1977. According to her testimony, on November 12, 1977, Carl and Cleveland shot and killed the former's uncle, 45 year old. Okay, according to the testimony on. Hello, Anna. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. We are reviewing about the case that we were talking about. That's going to be on tomorrow. Welcome, Anna. It's great to have you here. All right, and well, we're also watching some scenes from the Johnny Depp trial too, and right now we're doing a little bit of review. So there's this victim. This is the person. Carl Millard Patton Jr. is an American serial killer who committed 5 murders across Georgia from 1973 to 1977 with multiple accomplices. Via DNA testing in 2003, he had arrested for the murders of subsequent pleaded guilty and life sentence. He did some work in construction and with roofing, and he was arrested in the 70s and 80s. And he was then arrested in 2003, and his early life, he and his wife moved to Locust Grove, where he worked as a roofer. On February 23rd of that year, Patton was apprehended, and then his wife would testify against her husband for exchange for immunity at the same time. According to her testimony, on November 12, 1977, Carl and Cleveland shot and killed the former's uncle, 45-year-old Fred Wyatt, as well as Wyatt's roommate, 45-year-old Betty Jo Eflin. A month later, Patton told his wife that he suspected Cleveland had told mutual acquaintances that the murders and that he wanted to get rid of him. Yeah, facts. Yeah, it's a new one. Let's see. Oh, okay, Moki. He's like an assassin. Right. Okay. Alright, so according to testimony, November 12, 1977, Carl and Cleveland shot and killed the former's uncle, 45-year-old Fred Wyatt, as well as Wyatt's roommate, 45-year-old Betty Jo Eflin. A month later, Patton told his wife that he suspected Cleveland had told mutual acquaintances about the murders and that he wanted to get rid of him. Norris said that December 17, Carl lured Cleveland and his roommate Lytle Evans in their home, where Carl shot and killed both with a shotgun. Georgia, Anna. The couple then dragged the bodies out the house and placed them in a van, after which Norma washed off the blood from the crime scenes, destroyed other incriminating evidence. The victims' bodies were then wrapped up in sleeping bags and dumped in the Flint River, where they were discovered several days later. Good evening, Todd. Welcome. I was talking about the hurricane update earlier, and I'll do it again for the people that are coming in also. Right now we're talking about a case that we're looking at, Todd. There's a murder in 1998, and it was really this guy was like an assassin, we think, but he's classified as a serial killer, which are two different things. And he worked in construction and roofing, and then in 2003 he was apprehended and arrested again. According to her testimony, in November 12, 1977, Carl in Cleveland shot and killed the. I said that, okay. Roommate of 45-year-old Betty Jo Eflin. A month later, Patton told his wife that he suspected Cleveland had told mutual acquaintances about the murders and that he wanted to get rid of him. Norma said that on December 17, Carl lured Cleveland and his roommate, Lydia Evans, in their home where Carl shot and killed both with a shotgun. A couple then dragged the bodies out of the house and placed them in a van, after which Norma washed off the blood. And from the crime scene and destroyed other incriminating evidence. The victims' bodies were then wrapped up in sleeping bags and dumped in the Flint River, where they were discovered several days later. Yeah, Erin of Scared. It's not coming to Florida right now. It's by the Caribbean, but it's not likely to go, from what I read, in where we are. It might go up north or just go out in the ocean, but we're not really too sure yet exactly. There's no exact prediction of where it's going right now. After disposing the bodies, Norma said that she cleaned the van while Carl burned several pieces of blood-stained furniture and other items in their backyard. The couple were questioned about Cleveland Evans' murders in late 1977. Oh, hello, Abby. It's wonderful to have you here. I hope that you're doing well. I hope everything's okay with you, or whatever is going on. I'm glad that you're here with us, or we're here for you. All right. Murder late 1977, and Carl was considered a suspect after the blood stains matching Evans' blood were found in the trunk of his car, but he was not charged due to lack of evidence. He still remains suspect in the case, and after the cold case was reopened and the DNA tested in 2002, it came back with a positive match. Moki, thank you. I want to clarify that Carl and Norma are the victim's parents. Just to make that clear, everybody, that these two are the victim's parents. Yeah, let it go north. Right, north of me will not get alien. Right. That's true. All right. Trials. Patton's first trial began in early March 2003 in Clayton County, where he was charged with the murders of Fred Waite, and Betty Jo Eflin. Serving as prosecution's key witness, Norma Patton claimed that Carl had been hired to kill Fred and a man's common law, and wife Marie Jackson Waite, who had taken out life insurance policy on him, that she claimed that Marie wanted this to be done because her husband was cheating on her with Eflin, promising to pay Carl $15,000 in exchange. Scared. Carl agreed, and together with Cleveland, the pair killed them both. Lord. Dumping Eflin's body in the Flint River. Flintlock pistol. I had to say that. While Fred's body was placed in the car and left the radio road tracks, the car was eventually hit by a moving train, making his death appear like an accident. Yes, Anna. Yes. I think she's up there. On March 8, Patton pleaded guilty to all charges, claiming that he felt remorse for his actions. As a result of the plea, he was given 2 life terms with a chance of parole. After serving 20 years, he was then extradited to DeKalb County, where he was charged with Cleveland Evans' murder in the case. Norma Patton pleaded guilty and received 12 months probation and a $1,000 fine on March 15. Carl pleaded murders and while receiving 2 additional life terms. Admission to additional murder. A month after his trial ended, Patton unexpectedly confessed to a 5th murder that Richard Russell Jackson, Marie Jackson, Wyatt's first husband, who was shot and killed in Henry County on March 9, 1973. He claimed that he had been paid by Marie to carry out this murder, which committed with the help of Cleveland. Following his confession, Patton was extradited to Henry County to stand trial for his case. Oh yeah, good job helping. Yeah, shout out to Doe. Very great content she has. During the proceedings, Patton stated that Marie approached him with the offer of killing Richard in the early 1973. Claiming that he had been abusive to her, he agreed, and on March 9, he and Cleveland lured Jackson to their car, whereupon they drove to a wooded area near Ellenwood. Patton then pulled out a .22 caliber pistol and aimed it at Jackson and fiercely resisted and managed to exit the vehicle. He attempted to flee from the men, but Patton and Cleveland caught him and gunned him down. All right. Abby says, you're welcome, Doe. Abby says, update. I got a call in my case. I got a call from the guy in my case since ICE has him now not jail, and it completely derailed my outlook on recovery. Oh wow. Okay, Abby, thank you for giving me the update about what's going on. And ICE has him now, not jail. Okay, and completely derailed my outlook on recovery. All right. Yeah. Thank you for giving us the update about it, and I would hope that this guy is completely detained and is put somewhere far away from here. I hope that he does, would be captured and not, be a bother to you. And Moki says, wouldn't it be a good thing if he gets deported if they aren't pressing charges? So as I said, that the guy could just be sent to El Salvador or sent to wherever the person was originated from. Yeah. Exactly, Erin. Right. There you go. The trial took a strange turn when Ladies Ellen Jackson, the victim's daughter, took the stand and thanked Patton for killing her father, much to the surprise of those present. she confirmed that both her father and her stepfather had abused her mother. Additionally, claimed that Fred Wyatt had abused her as well. Other hand, the members of the Jackson family claimed that Mary was a manipulator who wanted insurance money with them, and Marie Phuket claiming that Patton should be been sentenced to death. Yeah, alligator Alcatraz for him. Yeah, that one. Abby says he's going to come back and delete me, kill me. They are deporting him. He's the local center here. He's getting shipped back to Canada. Lucky him. Well, they need to send them to Alcatraz, alligator Alcatraz, and to El Salvador. They need to get this person out the country, away from anybody. During the proceedings, Patton stated that Marie approached him with offering the killing of Richard in early 1973, claiming that he had been abused by her. He agreed and on March 9, he and Cleveland lurked Jackson to their car, whereupon they drove to the Woodton area near Ellenwood. Patton then pulled out a .22 caliber pistol and aimed it at Jackson, who fiercely resisted and managed to exit the vehicle. He attempted to flee, and the men in Cleveland caught up and gunned the man down. Yes, the person that she's talking about is an illegal alien. Yes. We are the only country, Anna, that televises trials, but New York State doesn't televise trials. I don't know what state you're referring to, Anna. Be more specific here. I'm not too sure. Ohio, I don't know. I don't know what that state does. I don't know what. I don't know which states have what. Abby says he crossed the border through people's farms illegally. He will be back, and then in Erin, it's in Matababa. But good, you don't know where. Unsure if he'll start out there or come for me first. He's from the ghetto part of Canada. Nope, not for sure. That's it. But you're lucky. We've got enough losers here. They'll probably deal with him and be held accountable, so it's a win-win. Yeah, I think so too. The trial took a strange turn when Ladies Ellen Jackson, the victim's daughter, took the stand and thanked Patton for killing her father, much to the surprise of those present, and she confirmed that both her and her father and her stepfather had abused her mother, additionally claiming that Fred Wyatt had abused her as well. On the other hand, other members of the Jackson family claimed that Mary was a manipulator who wanted insurance money with them, and Mary Phuket claimed that Patton should have been sentenced to death. All right. On May 14, 2003, Carl Patton pleaded guilty to killing Richard Jackson, after which he was given another life sentence. Marie Jackson Wyatt was never charged for her role in crimes, as she died in 1988. Moki, I do agree with you. He's not a serial killer. You know, to me, because there's a broad term. I remember when I was learning in criminology about the serial killers and the spree killer, the assassins and serial killers. There's all kinds of different types. All right, and I studied that in school, and I never went to college, but I studied that in school, the high school, because they had my school had these different, like, you had the main classes and you had these other classes that you would take for like credits, and so yeah, because just because someone kills 3 people or more, deletes 3 people or more, it doesn't mean that they're a serial deleter. I would say a serial deleter, it's somebody that has some crazy compulsion, and they do it on certain times of the months. Like Ted Bundy and these other ones. Like, they'll go 3 full moons in a month, and then the next month they'll take off. Then the next month they'll do 3 new full moons. It's like ritualistic, and they have some compulsion, and they have some sexual drive. Not always. They don't always want a sexual drive. It's like sometimes they just like the thrill of deleting somebody. They like the hunt. They will, and it's like they go into, from what I read about it, like a trance, kind of like a werewolf or a vampire, and they'll just go into it, and they will give into it, and they think they're so better than everybody they could get away with it, but that's not true. Anybody could get caught, and they get careless, and they get sloppy, and then they get... Yes, no, that is true. And maybe from some point of view he would be one, but he's actually more like an assassin. Like so there's like a main like, he's not like somebody like Ted Bundy or Gacy, John Gacy, or people like that. He was more like a contract killer. Yeah. And he's not like a school shooter just going on a rampage and shooting up a place. This is a different type. So yeah, that is, I agree with you, Moki. From what I studied about it, it wouldn't fall into that category, because anybody that's a spree killer, a contract killer, serial killer could kill more than 3 people, but there's certain things that will distinguish all of them. So I do think that it's a very broad statement that it could be one. It can fit in that category. That's true. You could hypothetically fit that in that category. But technically, it's not the same thing as somebody that's like Ted Bundy. No, it's something a little bit... The motivations are a bit different. The motivations, I think, are another defining factor. But you could... I'm not saying you can't call it a serial killer, but it's also something different, though, in my opinion. I remember there was a time where I was going to... I love essays. I love writing essays. That was something I'm very good at. I like that better than ABCD questions. And at the trial chat, there's a Miss McDonald, Alexandria McDonald. At my school, the criminology teacher was called Miss McDonald also. So it was interesting parallels there. But so I was writing a paper, and I did it like in the morning when I woke up. I didn't do it the night before. I wrote the essay about some serial killer, and I turned it in. I got a good grade. But anyway, I remember back from that time. So I always had an interest in this kind of stuff, and on YouTube I was able to do good with it. I'm still doing it now. The research on it. Yay. Yeah, I was always interested in this type of research, and I'm glad for YouTube. So, yeah, I definitely do agree with you, Moki. Yeah. Because you would think there's just killers, right? And serial killers. But no, there's all kinds of different versions. Imprisonment and status. Following his convictions, Patton was briefly suspected of murdering his daughter, Melissa Wolfenbarger, but eventually ruled out as a suspect. Wolfenbarger's husband, Christopher, was arrested for Melissa's murder in August 2024, and he claims that he had always thought his wife had left him in her own violation, and continues to maintain that he's innocent. Their spree killers, serial killers, are more spread out. Abby says, Erin, not really, but I've had enough already told people around me I don't want help anymore. It's time to let me go. I just want to ensure my family is safe. Hello, Crispy. Great to see you. Abby said, I had evidence and justice system let me down, so fuck them. Erin, so viewer discretion is advised. I should have said that part. Okay, so Erin said, Abby can't help the story. I empathize with you, but I just want you to know you're worth more than what he decided for you. So sorry. You know, Abby, I think that the justice system let you down. Humans are known to make errors and do things that are incorrect. And I believe in karma, and I believe in hellfire of an afterlife. So I do believe that there is a karma, there is a retribution for people that do evil things like that. Now, but what matters right now is where we are at this moment in time, in that, yeah, there's not justice right now. And the person's still in the loose. They'll either will maybe try to hurt you or somebody else. And that's how you know that the society has completely failed and has fallen down. And, you know, there's this situation where the good news, now I believe that in the future, the dots will connect. You know, things may not make sense right now, but they'll connect in the future. Now, the good news is, for you, is that you have us, and I'm sure other people that care about you, and in your own life that you know in person. And so we are here for you, and as long as you would like to be with us and talk to us, it's fine. Do whatever you please, but know that we value very much. And I personally think you're hilarious, and it wouldn't be the same without you around. And we want you to be safe, sound, and people, like, you are a very valuable person. That's why people would want to attack you. You know, very beautiful, very intelligent. And these disgusting, savage wolves, these beasts in human form, these disgusting ogres that have infiltrated the country, that want to cause harm, and people that are already in the country that want to cause harm. There are people already here and people that came from elsewhere. They want to corrupt the pure, innocent, beautiful people. So know that eventually, over time, I believe society will change in a more positive direction. And we are exposing this corruption. We are exposing the corruption. We are going to keep spreading the word about this situation. And I appreciate talking to you and conversing with you about the different things we talk about. And yeah, just know that you're valued here very much. And other people that have hatred and they're just miserable people. They're just pathetic, miserable people. People that are so stupid and out of touch, like the grand jury. They are just dookie. That's all they are. They're a pile of dookie. And it stinks, all right? And it's flies in it. That's what they are. And including the person that hurt you is Timu Diarrhea from Sheen. So you have both of those things that are going on, and they need to be flushed down, but the toilet's been clogged up. So eventually the good plumbers will come, and we will flush them down and make everything new. But yeah, they are completely disgusting and out of touch with reality. You know, so I hope the God give them guidance to show them their error. But, you know, I will say this. Evil rises when good men do nothing. That is very true. It's discussed about the rise of Hitler. That is a movie about him. They had The Rise of Evil, where evil rises when good men do nothing. And this is a perfect situation like that, where evil rises, you know, when good men do nothing. And those people did nothing. Yeah, exactly. Now we are making a statement, making a change, and you're very well known on YouTube, and you're known here, and you're known on the trial chats. So if you are absent, we would certainly be aware of it. and there would be a mass awareness about it. So it is good you have a community of people on YouTube and well-known YouTubers all at the same time. So eventually, in the long term, it will be for the good favor. And I'm glad that you spoke out, and you won, in a sense, because you spoke out and stood up for yourself, and you're doing it here too. So that is good that you do that, and you didn't stay silent. You didn't go gentle in that good night. Into that good night, as they say. Abby says, I don't know, did you hear that they're trying to ban prawn and going after same-sex marriage now? I feel like things are getting wilder and worse. People are going to lose it more. LMAO Timu Poop. Oh, yeah, Abby. Yeah. And I wasn't aware of that, but Abby, I'm not surprised about that. I am sure that is happening, though, considering the circumstances. Yeah, I've heard about that, yes. And I've not heard about what you're talking about, but I've heard of other things going on, and I wouldn't be surprised it's happening. So thank you for telling me that. Yeah. So, yeah, it's certainly going in a strange direction, but we certainly need to make sure that enemies from within and abroad are going to be not a threat to the American people. So, but at the same time, these other things you speak of, it's going in a different direction. The society, the world's getting more wild. Abby, definitely. Abby said, nobody's missing me in trials. True crime has been hard for me right now. Oh yeah, absolutely. It is hard. I will agree, though, with you that the true crime has been hard for you. That is true, though. You've been living a real-life horror movie that people in movie theaters would watch. It's yet a very interesting story to tell. Even if it's a terrible story, it's a story that you got to tell. All right, buddy. I'll research Kim Davis. Okay. Following his conviction, Patton was briefly suspected of murdering his daughter, Melissa Wolfenbarger, but eventually ruled out as a suspect. Wolfenbarger's husband, Christopher, was arrested for Melissa's murder in 2024. He claims that he had always thought his wife had left him off her own violation and continues to maintain that he is innocent. As of March 2023, Patton remains incarcerated in the Dodge State Prison in Chester. Okay, I'll read about this. Supreme Court faces decision on case urging overturn of same-sex marriage. The U.S. Supreme Court is facing a choice about whether to take up a case filed by former Kentucky clerk Kim Davis urging the overturn of its decision of Obergefell versus Hodges in a landmark case guaranteed that the right to same-sex marriage nationwide. Scared. David's attorney Matthew Straver told Newsweek he is optimistic in court and will take case to William Powell, that the attorneys who represented the couple that sued Davis wrote the statement provided Newsweek. He had confident Supreme Court will likewise agree that the Davis arguments do not merit further attention. Daniel Uman, law professor at Northeastern University, told Newsweek it is unlikely that Supreme Court would agree to overturn same-sex marriage. It's clickbait. It's just a dumb lady from Kentucky. I don't really know anything about it. Why it matters. The case filed by Davis, former Kentucky clerk who spent 6 days in jail over her refusal to provide marriage certificates to same-sex couples on religious grounds, could represent a threat to federal prosecution. Same-sex marriage 1 decade after nation's highest court legalization unions across the country. Some justices, like Clarence Thomas, have signaled an openness to revisiting the case in recent years as the court has moved to the right. That conservative shift on cultural issues has been defined by 2022 ruling overturning Roe v. Wade, which for decades guaranteed abortion rights. Kay said even if Supreme Court overturns Obergefell versus Hodges, Congress already passed a law regarding same-sex marriage, so unless someone challenges the law passed by Congress, it's all moot. Thank you, Kay. Even Trump said he had no interest in overturning the same-sex marriage. And he isn't. Now, people could have disagreements about that, but and from his time, like on The Apprentice and stuff, he didn't really seem like he had strong opinion. Like he wasn't against them, the gay people. But if these are other elements in the country. If the court overturns nationwide same-sex marriage, the issue would likely return to states, many of which have still passed laws allowing members of the same sex to get married. In recently filed pension to the Supreme Court, Starver raised religious objections in the same-sex marriages. Obergefell was egregiously wrong, deeply damaging for outsiders, far outside in the bound of reasonable interpretations of the various constitutional provisions to which it vaguely pointed and set out on collision course with the Constitution from the day it was decided, he wrote. Hooray for Congress, eat my unshaven, unwashed eos clearance. Scared. Anna says, too bad New York, no cameras. Correlations officer trial coming up. Marcy correlations mid, correlations now. Marcy bunch and guards killed inmate, thought the cams sound video. The clowns turning the sweet deals, even effed jury convict this bunch, it'd be brutal. If the gays want to get married, I don't care. They can. If a church doesn't want to marry gay people, I'm okay with that. Let's keep it separate. And alright. And yeah, people they could do whatever they do. Yeah. And Judy, good night, Judy. Take care. Yeah, people they can do whatever they want. Yeah, and Davis case presents the ideal opportunity to revisit substantiative due process that lacks any basis in a constitution, the pension reads. This flawed opinion has produced disastrous results, leaving individuals like Davis finding it increasingly difficult to participate in society without running afoul of Obergefell will continue to have reunions consequences for religious liberty. Gay couples gotta be so confused, honey. Are we married? I think so, dear. We were married still last week, right? Right. Scared. The filing said that if the court overturns Obergefell, marriage rights would be returned to the states, but the same sex couples who were married since the ruling would be grandfathered. Yeah. Until they rub it in our face. Right. Exactly. Yeah. We're in the world of narcissism. You are responsible for my feelings. It's society's responsibility to make me feel valid. You paint such a lovely picture. Nobody rubbing nothing in our or on my face. Scared. Yes, Aaron, I agree with that too. Yeah. It has no basis in the Constitution, he said. It's what caused this issue with Kim Davis to be sent to prison for 6 days and now facing hundreds of thousands of dollars of personally in the Obergefell opinion originally, and I think that it's time to reevaluate the overturn it. All right. There's a chance that a conservative majority could use the case to expand the rights of religious objectors to same sex marriage, he said, but that's not the same as overturning the right itself, and I don't see the majority of the court ready to do that. Culturally, same sex marriage has become embedded in American life and still popular in public opinion polls. Paul Collins, professor of legal studies and political science at the University of Massachusetts, told Newsweek that while Davis wants to use the case as a vehicle for the court overturn the same-sex marriage, that isn't necessarily the issue in the heart of the case. But you don't rub nut in like a mask. I ain't that weird. The F. Scared. It's the rubbing marathon. Scared. Instead is about a jury verdict for inflicting emotional damages by violating a same-sex couple's right to marry. This just isn't the right vehicle for challenging a constitutional right to same-sex marriage, he said. Conservative members of the court are likely to be interested in overturning the same-sex marriage, but may not view this in the best case, so does Collins said. If the court were to take the case, I think they would likely stick to the core issue in the case of the jury verdict regarding Davis voting the couple's constitutional rights to marry, he said. Scared. Kim Davis' arguments have faced legal scrutiny. Davis became national figure after denied license to same-sex couples following the Obergefell running on June 26, 2015 over her religious objections. In September of the year, a judge held in contempt as she spent 6 days in jail. Davis' argument had been rejected by lower courts. Kim Davis wants to say her religious beliefs were trampled on. She was an elected government official who refused to do her job based on religious beliefs. She's totally in the wrong. You know the swimmers that battle each other to infiltrate the layer, but the layer isn't on my face. Kim could get teabagged on my unwashed hilarious, Abby. Scared. Oh, yeah, yeah. How popular is support for same-sex marriage? Polls show that most Americans' support for same-sex marriage remains high, but has dropped in the past few years. Gallup showed that 69% of all Americans backed the legalization of same-sex marriage in May 2024, down from 71% on May 23. The struggle is real, Abby. Yeah. 83% of Democrats and 74% of independents support same-sex marriage, while only 46% of Republicans do. You'll buy a bit it. Scared. Then you'll Daniel Larson that sheet. What people are saying, attorney William Powell, who represents the couple who sued Davis for not providing marriage license, wrote in a statement to Newsweek, not a single judge on U.S. Court of Appeals showed any interest in Davis rehearing pension, and we are confident that Supreme Court will likewise agree that Davis' argument do not merit further attention. Former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani told Newsweek it's possible, unlikely, that the Supreme Court grants review on Davis' case. Justice Roberts Thomas and Alito have publicly criticized Obergefell, so they would need one more justice to agree to review the case. The problem with Davis is that it turns on more on her failure to follow the law than new constitutional challenge. Even in the court were to grant review, it may decide a case on narrow legal grounds and allow religious accommodations for government officials like Davis instead of invalidating same-sex marriage entirely post Dubs. No substantive due process proceedings is entirely safe, but same-sex marriage has been public support, and Davis' case is unlikely to append it. Most people in the USA don't have bidets. Houses aren't built with them in USA, that's France. Cause two ply is best friend until it sticks to you and gets down and dirty, then F the toilet paper. TBH, nobody really gives a flying fuck if gays get married. Scared or not. Kim Davis is Karen who didn't do her job, and the crying like a baby, lol. Yeah, ain't crying bacon, yeah. I'm kind of slow, so I'm going to see what in the world a bidet is. That's what I thought it was. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'm not familiar with that. Interesting. Okay. Abby, you're in the Twilight Zone. You're in between night and day. Scared. Paul Collins, professor of legal studies and political science, University of Massachusetts, told Newsweek conservative Christians are serious about getting court to reconsider Obergefell, and a case is being brought to Liberty Counsel, a legal Christian organization. If the court denies Davis pension, I'll think this won't be the end of the battle of same-sex marriage, LGBTQ rights. Okay. Trust me, once you get a bidet, two-ply will not be your friend. Think washing your hands. Do you do dirty towel or you throw some soap and water? Same, different, a bidet. Yeah, put it inside what? Daniel Ehrman, law professor of Northeastern University, told Newsweek that the current supermajority on the Super Court has the votes to reshape American law that they see fit, but the court still needs to appear legitimate in the eyes of the public. And overturning the right to same-sex marriage and could spark tremendous public backlash. Criticism of the court Chief Justice Roberts would work hard to avoid this and see more than 2 votes. Supreme Court Justices Clear wrote in Dubs versus Jackson Women's Health. What happens next? Supreme Court made decisions about whether to accept Davis's case occurring months, but has not indicated either way, which is what we're leaning. Oh, okay. All right, this is what the things looks like. I figured that's what she was talking about. I figured it, but we may have needed some additional clarification just to be certain. But no, I figured, yeah, sure, Abby, sure. You know, do what must be done. Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, you got that. You could do it in luxury. Right in the booty hole for faux show. Yep. Thank you. Okay, I would probably assume it is. You know, I'm not really familiar with these things, but it's pretty cool. Abby said she does not like wet booty hole. Scared. Oh yeah, yeah, Anna. Swamp ass. Scared. Scared. Swamp Eos. Let's see. This is one from the Krusty Krab. That's that's from SpongeBob. Scared. That's real nice. Oh, that's a command box. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Box open, start up every turns on the PC. Makes me more sense. Just get white towel and get the skid marks after it if you didn't do it correctly. Yeah. How it feels to sit on a bit first. Oh god. Oh god. Scared. How it feels to sit on a bit for the first time. There you go. That's the meme of the night. Look at Patrick. He likes to ride those ice cream cones, and then he says how it feels to sit on a bit for the first time. Scared. Scared. Yeah, so yes, the bikini bottom toilet seats, yeah. So Patrick uses a bidet, and he gets high. By day. Okay, thank you. Okay, that rhymed. Bed day. By day. Oh, look at my Sheen Timu pronunciation skills. That's when I get my auntie's Annie's cinnamon pretzels. It's pronounced Bede. Bade. Alright, thanks, Anna. Bad dumb tiss. Somebody made their bathroom look like Bikini Bottom. Okay, and you see in the bikini. Okay, so Anna, there's the abyssal trench in SpongeBob, and the bathrooms don't have male or female. It's question mark upside down and question mark upside up. And you take a bus down there, and they got stuck. Abby said she's upside down question mark. When you're confused about your plumbing. Yeah, Erin and Sharon. Now, Sharon said that she was. No, not Sharon. The Erin could be lurking, or maybe she had to go do something. I don't know. Sharon, I don't know if she's lurking or if she went to sleep or something. I don't know. Yeah, so you have those. And that was them. That was them outside of it, and they came back from Glub World. Yeah, it's going to go splat. And this is one of the creatures from it. That's one of the creatures. I'm scared. Right, Anna. Right. I don't think so, but I don't know for certain. Right. Okay, let's look at Plankton's bid it. Right there. Yeah, the candy bar vending machine. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Every time he tried to get a candy bar, it ran away. Yeah, Patton does. Yeah, exactly, Hannah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that is Plankton, and that's his toilet, and that's Mr. Krabs being flushed down a toilet by Plankton. Yes, metal toilet. Plankton's your soulmate, yeah. All right, this is Plankton in general. Yeah, Mr. Krabs is too thick, definitely. Look at him there. That's him running. That's him and his dog. That's his booty right there. I'm scared. Plankton's my soulmate. Not legs, still toddler on full potty swing legs. Krabs too thick. He's so good looking. Getting ready to get wild, I see. My man. Cutie. Alright. Alright, that's him right there. There's a new SpongeBob movie coming out in this end of this year. All right, and this is Plankton in different scenes. All right, and oh yeah, Plankton antennas. All right, though there you go. There's his antennas. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. All right. So this is his computer wife, Karen, and he's rubbing her wheels. Ribbed her for pleasure. Okay, and Plankton in the SpongeBob movie. Yeah, that's Plankton angry. Okay. This is another one. Reddit, of course. Okay. Ripped. Okay. Right, so those are some, and that was like there was gonna be a two Krusty Krabs, and they took that one. Okay, so so we got that out the way. We did that. So, well, I'll see about this hurricane, this tropical storm, to give like Ann an update about it. All right, the tropical storm formed. Tropical storm Erin formed Monday in the eastern tropical Atlantic Ocean and could become the first hurricane of 2025 in the Atlantic season. Atlantic Ocean that could become the first hurricane of 2025 Atlantic season later this week, forecasters say. The Pacific Ocean Hurricane Hernet strengthened well away from Hawaii, but Miami-based National Hurricane Center said no coastal watches or warnings are in effect for either storm. On Monday afternoon, Erin was about 430 miles west of the Cabo Verde Islands and had maximum sustained winds 45 miles per hour. According to Hurricane Center, it is said Erin was moving westward and is expected to continue on the general path of several days. Gradual strengthening was forecast over the next several days, and forecasters said Erin could reach hurricane intensity by the latter part of the week. The Hurricane Center said it remains too early to determine possible impacts, if any, from Erin as it moves closer to northern Leeward Islands. Okay. Tropical storm Erin formed just west of Coba Verde Islands on Monday morning. Erin is moving west at 17 miles per hour, heading across the eastern central Atlantic with wind speed of 50 miles per hour. Yeah, Anna, right. And the storm remains somewhat disorganized with ragged appearance. Conditions are expected to improve beginning Thursday, allowing Erin to strengthen, possibly reaching hurricane status within 48 hours and even becoming a major hurricane by the weekend. So you see, it looks like it's going to be going out into the northern part. Some forecast data showed Erin eventually could be a very large storm to, and after the screenshot I measured the diameter of the storm to be over 650 miles. Track guidance is still good agreement with earlier forecasts, keeping Erin over open water. The storm is projected to stay on the southern edge of the forecast model, spread gradually cure most of the northwest after Thursday. Yeah, and no coastal watches are warming or effect right now, but people in the northern Leeward Islands, Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico should keep an eye out, Erin, for potential impacts. All right, we're going to watch some more of this Depp trial stuff.
And were you able?
All right. And then we'll be over at some point. Okay.
Able to visually see Miss Heard?
Yes,
And you were able to hear her as well?
absolutely.
How would you describe her demeanor?
Hysterical, probably the best way to describe it. Crying a lot, and just crying uncontrollably. I think it's fair to say.
And how would you describe Jerry Judge's demeanor when he was speaking with her?
He was just keeping her calm, saying, "It's all right, love. It will be all right." Jerry was good, like a big heart. Jerry, he's a good guy. He was calm. Jerry was always calm. Well, mostly.
And what did you do next?
I saw they were engaged across away there, so I went into the main kitchen area, which, as I said, was just directly ahead of those main steps, and spoke to David Kipper.
And following that conversation, what did you do?
Well, he told me that Mr. Depp had...
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Your Honor, it's, well, maybe we approach.
Okay.
looking for the fingertip that it said it had been severed. So I said, well, shall I help you? As one would. And he said, yeah, that would be a good idea. I left him in the kitchen. He said there was a lot more damage downstairs. So I went to, we split up. Left him in the kitchen. I went downstairs to search.
At some point, was Mr. Depp's fingertip found?
As a therapist myself, I know.
Yes,
Who found it?
I did.
And where did you find it?
Downstairs in the bar area, the games room bar area.
So, can you walk us through how you found it?
Yes, so I walked down the stairs. I mean, there was a bit of damage down the steps. That a big chunk had been taken out of the marble staircase. On my way down, remnants of what looked like a plant pot or something around it smashed. Walking down into the bar, I could see the damage that Dr. Kipper had told me about. A broken ping pong table sort of collapsed onto the floor, and lots of glass and broken glass and cans strewn around the bar area.
And where exactly was the finger in the bar area?
Directly below the bar. I mean, the bar was set up like a conventional bar that stuck out from a wall, and with a marble top. There's a big chunk out of that as well, like on the staircase. Directly at the end of the bar, there was a scrunched up piece of kitchen paper, if you like, tissue, with lots of blood around it, on it. So I thought that's probably a pretty good place to look. And it was within that scrunched up piece of paper on the tiled floor at the end of the bar, the base of the bar by one of the bar stools.
Was there any property damage around the finger?
Yes, a fair bit. On the floor around that area, there were puddles of what smelt like alcohol to me. There were, seemed like several drinking glasses, a couple of bottles. One was a Stolichnaya vodka bottle. And at the end of the bar, as I said, there was a big chunk out of the bar itself, the bar marble top. At the end of the bar, there was plaster damage right at the end of the bar on the wall. Behind the bar, smashed and cracked mirror. There's a blue mirror that stretched that whole span of behind the bar. Lots of cans again behind the bar on the floor. Broken window at the end of the bar, and more plastered work damage on the wall above the sink. It was sort of a kitchenette bar, if you like, as well.
You mentioned a bottle of vodka. Was the vodka bottle intact?
No, nothing was really intact. The top of it, the top of a bottle is like, it had a label on it, which is how I knew it was a Stolichnaya bottle. It had that sort of squiggly S, sort of yellow top. There was a large chunk of a bottle, which I guess was the rest of that, and several other, lots of other broken glass around the area.
After you found the fingertip in the bar area, what did you do next?
Well, I gathered it up in that kitchen paper and sort of took it upstairs. I might have shouted up to David Kipper, I found it. I'm not sure, but I walked back upstairs to the kitchen and got a bag, a little plastic bag, put the fingertip in there, set it on top of some ice in this plastic kitchen container, and pretty much handed it over to David Kipper and Jerry Judge, I think, at the time, who were keen to get it to the hospital quickly to see if it could be reattached.
Do you recall about what time you found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area?
It was about an hour after I got there, so it would have been around 3:30, I would think, 3:20, 3:30.
Okay. Now, you've told us a little bit about the state the house was in when you arrived.
Yes.
Can you generally describe for us, and maybe go level by level through the house, what damage you observed?
Sure. Do you want me to start at the lower ground floor in that bar area? I've described a lot of that.
Sure, that's fine.
It was pretty extensive down there, all that broken glass, the blood. There were a lot of blood drips across that floor. It was a kind of cream-coloured tiled floor in that whole games area. As I said, the ping pong table was collapsed. Blood drips across the floor and around the bar. And the damage on the walls, as I said, the plaster work at the end of the bar, behind the bar, and the chunk out of the marble top. So on the ground, that was the predominant damage in that area, on that level. On the next floor, on the main floor where David Kipper was, in the kitchen itself, again, a few broken glasses and cans on the floor, soda cans behind the kitchen island, the chef's kitchen island, liquid sort of puddles. There was a sitting room with a couch on a cream-coloured couch, which had a fair amount of blood drips on the cushions. And
Ali, I love your hair.
I mean, it's easy to spot me on the court, I bet.
But you've always been.
was obvious. The TV, which was directly in front of that wall-mounted TV, was cracked with, it seemed like remnants of a coffee cup embedded in some of it, and the rest was below, looked like coffee splattered behind and underneath the TV, and on the floor as well. Through there, we'd set up an art studio, so a lot of the art materials from that, paintbrushes, paint, various art materials were on the floor. A lot of paint on the floor. Blood drips throughout that area as well, especially over there's a vast sort of wooden parquet floor. There was a lot of oil paint and blood drips up to the staircase. In one of the bedrooms, there were two bedrooms off of the main kitchen area. One of those bedrooms had blood drips on the duvet, and a lamp had seemingly been broken. The shade was removed. There were a couple of lampshades in the art studio area on the floor. That was about the extent of the damage. Going upstairs to the next level, there was a few blood smears on the wall and on the drips of the stairs going up. Again, a cream-coloured carpet, which is not ideal. And so that's the top floor was the master bedroom, master suite floor, and two bedrooms also up there. Outside the master bedroom, there was damage to the plaster work on a pillar outside on the wall. Blood drips into the master bedroom, across the master bedroom floor. Going into the master bathroom, there was a his and hers sink and a mirror, a large mirror above each of the sinks that had writing on each of them. Again, one of the bedrooms, or both of the bedrooms, I think, had blood on the duvet covers, and another lamp was broken. Mr. Depp's guitar was in one of those bedrooms, a blood-stained guitar. His iPad was standing up on one of the beds in one of those bedrooms. That's about the extent of it.
That's the damage
on each level, yeah.
Whose job was it to clean all that up?
It was mine. It was mine. My responsibility. The house was essentially my responsibility.
So were you familiar with the damage generally throughout the house?
I got a pretty good idea as I walked around and saw it all, yes.
Did you observe any damaged phones?
No.
Did you observe any damage to a wall where a phone might have been ripped off the wall?
No.
Bleeding. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe the next one.
Was there any artwork in this house? decorating the house?
The owners had left their art in the house, yes. Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had done some artwork themselves, yes. But, yes, there was some that came with the house, if you like.
Focusing just on the artwork that came with the house, did you observe any damage to any of that?
No, nothing that I needed to repair or replace. Certainly not. Thank goodness.
Is there any other damage that comes to mind?
Just a lot of blood, a lot of repairs. The floor, as I said, was quite heavily with blood and paint. Yeah.
And in terms of bodily fluids, it was just blood that you observed, no urine or anything else?
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right, I'll sustain
fine.
leaving. I'll strike the answer from the record.
So, no other damage. Does any other damage come to mind?
No.
Okay. Can we take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 375, which I believe is already in evidence?
Yes.
And can we publish this to the jury?
Okay.
Mr. King, are you familiar with the image that's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, that's one of the mirrors I was telling you about in the master bathroom.
Were you involved in cleaning any of this up?
I cleaned both of those mirrors at some point that evening, that night. Yes.
Were you able to tell what was used, or what substance what sort of the ink is that's used on the black writing there?
That was the same oil paint that was on the floor, on the parquet floor downstairs and various other places. It was the same oil paint.
All right, how about the red writing that says, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. Were you able to tell what was used to make that writing?
Lipstick, I believe.
Foundation. Objection foundation.
He's testified that he was cleaning it up.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
It certainly seemed like lipstick to me, red lipstick. It was quite waxy. I remember taking that off. It seemed like lipstick.
Okay, we can take that down. Mr. King, about how long were you at the house on that Sunday?
Quite a long time. It actually went into the early hours of Monday morning, so at least I got there around 2 in the afternoon of Sunday. I don't think I left there until 2 or 3 o'clock the next morning of the 9th.
Over the course of the time that you were there that day, did you have any interactions with Miss Heard?
Yes, I certainly did. Yeah.
Can you describe those for us, please?
Yes, not too much initially. She was very, as I said, quite hysterical and crying a lot, and Jerry Judge was taking care of her, keeping her calm. Later in the evening, it was suggested that Miss Heard go to a local hotel, to leave the house, go to a local hotel, which then became a suggestion that she go back to LA. And that's, I think, when I started interacting in terms of, at some point, I volunteered to travel with her to LA.
How did Miss Heard respond to the suggestion that she leave for Los Angeles?
She was resistant to both of those suggestions, very resistant. She really didn't want to go and said, I can't leave, I can't leave. You know, it'll be the end if I leave. Those sorts of things. And so it was just, these went over a few hours. Those negotiations, if you like. And eventually, Ms. Heard agreed that I would fly with her.
And did you, in fact, fly with her?
I did, on Monday the 9th.
Okay. Sticking with Sunday, when you were interacting with her on that Sunday, were you How close were you to her?
Very close, like very close in front of her.
And do you recall observing any injuries on Miss Heard?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you notice anything unusual about her physically at all?
No, she was obviously crying a lot. She had red eyes, but no, otherwise no.
Okay. So what happened the following day, that Monday, March 9th, I guess it would be, 2015?
Right, so, it was eventually agreed that I would fly with Miss Heard, so I had to at some point go back to my apartment, drive to my apartment to pick up my passport, which, funnily enough, I hadn't brought with me, and some clothes, a bag to take. So I think I left the house early hours, as I said, 2, 3, may have been a bit later, a.m. I drove back to my apartment, which was 30 minutes drive south, picked up those things. I didn't know how long I was going to go for, but I knew I was traveling, so passport, quick shower, pick up a bag of clothes, and I drove back up to the house. I don't recall exactly what time I arrived there, but I know we had to leave. All the arrangements were being made by the travel agent, and Jerry Judge was liaising with them to make the flight arrangements, and which I believe was going mid to late morning. So I think we had to leave the house around 7 or 8 a.m. that morning, Monday the 9th.
And did you travel to the airport with Miss Heard?
Yes, we were driven.
How would you describe her demeanor that morning?
Calmed down a fair bit. She was mostly on the phone, to be honest, for pretty much the whole of that car journey, to various people, one of which I believe was Mr. Depp.
Okay. Do you recall her saying anything on the ride to the airport about what had happened the night prior?
Nothing really mentioned in that as way of an explanation, no.
What happened when you got to the airport, if anything?
We were running a bit late, but I remember that. Luckily, we were traveling first class, so the driver knew to pull up to a kind of VIP, for want of a better word, VIP check-in point. And so the car got pretty close to where the desk was. Miss Heard was still on the phone, and so we sat there for a bit with the driver, and Miss Heard was talking. I don't know who to at that point. And I was thinking, we need to make this flight actually pretty soon, because we were already running a bit late. So I decided to go in, maybe I can go in, check in our bags ahead, and then come back and get Miss Heard. She should be finished by then, which is what I did.
And did you eventually get on the plane?
Eventually we did. It was a close call, to be honest.
Once you were on the plane, did you have any conversations with Miss Heard?
Yes, not initially, but she took some time in the bathroom. She was on the phone again to the point where the cabin crew had to sort of tap on the door and say, we need to leave now, everybody needs to sit down. And she did come to sit down, after 10 or 15 minutes in there. And so eventually, and luckily, as I said, we were flying first class, which was lovely. She was in the window seat, I think it was 1A, 1B window seat. I had the aisle seat. And finally, we could both sit down, and in way of conversation, wasn't a great deal, to be honest. I did sort of say, finally, so what happened? Obviously referring to the house. And, she didn't give much explanation, if any. She did say, Ben, have you ever been so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I sort of said, no. actually. I'm a pretty calm, even-tempered guy. But she did repeat it. She looked pretty incredulous that I hadn't, and she repeated it. You mean you've never lost it with somebody, got so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I said, "No, unless you count the sort of time when I was 14 years old and I hit the light switch in my bedroom because I wasn't allowed out that night or something. With a person, no, never." And that was pretty much the end of the conversation. She dropped it then.
How would you describe her tone when she asked those questions of you?
To me, incredulous, would be fair to say. Surprised that I hadn't lost it with somebody.
Does anything else stand out about that flight?
It was fairly calm. After that, it was calm. But I mean, we were both exhausted. I certainly was. And I think, I can't remember eating either. Just slept most of the flight until obviously we landed, or were close to landing.
At any point, did you observe anything about Miss Heard physically on that flight?
Yes, I did. Right toward just before we landed, I noticed some marks on her arm, her left forearm.
And how would you describe those?
Long, kind of uniform, evenly spaced, sort of long, thin marks. Very uniform, in fact.
And when did you first notice those?
On the plane towards coming into land, we're gathering the stuff up. I noticed them then.
Okay. What did you do after you landed in Los Angeles?
Once I'd fired up my phone on landing, I saw the arrangements that we would be picked up by one of Mr. Depp's security personnel, who I think was Travis McGivern. So I made contact with him, and he met us in the place that had been arranged. We walked through the arrivals lounge and met him at the end of that. Got in the car with him and drove to the Eastern Columbia building.
And how would you describe Miss Heard's demeanor in Los Angeles?
Yeah, pretty calm. I mean, she seemed, obviously a lot calmer from the house, but she's pleasant towards Travis, certainly in the car. Obviously, they knew each other. When we got to the building, she was kind enough to show me around the apartment. I'd never been before. She showed me around the penthouse, a little tour. She wrote down some restaurants recommendations because she knew I'd be staying a few days probably. So, and I don't really know LA that well. So she recommended a few restaurants. Then I left. I said, if you need anything, as usual, as I always did, need anything, give me a shout. I'll be staying fairly close by. Just give me a call or a text.
How long were you in LA?
Less than a week. I think I flew back to Australia on the 14th or 15th. So about 5 days, 6 days tops.
And when you got back to Australia, what were you doing?
Pretty much putting the house back together, repairing all the damage with the help of professional contracted vendors I brought in, and just getting the house back as it was originally.
At some point, did Mr. Depp and Miss Heard return to Australia?
Yes, they did.
Were you there when they returned?
Yes.
Did you observe them interacting with each other after they came back to Australia?
Yes, yeah.
And how would you describe their interactions?
Again, initially, those first few days were certainly very pleasant, almost honeymoon-like, I would say. It strolled around the grounds a bit, and they seemed fine with each other.
Did you ever observe any arguments after they returned?
Yes. I mean, many.
I mean,
Several more, yeah.
and how would you describe those?
Not dissimilar to the London arguments in terms of the pattern of those, the sort of provocation and the reaction that leave the room, Mr. Depp leaving the room, going to another room, playing his guitar, seem to follow the same pattern as that, as I witnessed those 2 times in London.
All right. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So to understand your testimony, is it your testimony that Amber and Mr. Depp arrived together in Australia in February of 2015?
Initially, together I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp arrived ahead of Miss Heard, actually.
Mr. Depp arrived first, correct?
I think so, yeah.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard, Amber didn't arrive until March 5th, 2015 to Australia?
I can't remember the date she arrived, to be honest.
But she could have arrived March 5th, 2015. Isn't that true?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
Sorry, what was the question?
Ms. Heard could have arrived on March 5th, 2015, correct?
It's possible, I suppose.
And isn't it true then that you didn't see any arguments between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp before the injury that occurred to Mr. Depp's finger in Australia?
I saw them argue.
You saw them argue when they came back, when they came back in April, correct?
I certainly saw them argue in April and through most of the months they were there, yes.
But you don't remember, you can't recall any arguments in February or March of 2015 between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, correct?
Specific days? Not necessarily, no.
Right, so that you don't know, you can't say that there were any arguments before you came to the house on March 8th, 2015, correct?
I think there were. I mean,
excuse me, say that again?
I think there were.
But you don't even know when she arrived, correct?
Specifically, the day, not necessarily, no.
Okay. And you said when you arrived at the house on March 8th, when you eventually found the finger, it was wrapped in paper, is that right?
Wrapped, I mean, it was loosely wrapped. The paper had opened by that point, the blood had dried up, and it was sitting in the sort of nest of this paper, yes.
So like someone had put the finger in a piece of paper?
I don't know. I mean, it was in that piece of paper.
It was in a piece of paper, okay. So, but again, like someone had wrapped it up, is that right?
I don't know. It was within that scrunched up piece of paper, kitchen paper, tissue.
So it was in kitchen paper, is that right?
Or tissue paper. It was white with a lot of blood on it.
So like a paper towel?
Like a piece of kitchen towel.
When you say kitchen towel, our language is made, even though we both speak English, I may say a little different. It's like a paper towel?
Yeah, like kitchen paper, kitchen towel. Yes,
okay.
Like a tissue.
And was there that sort of paper towel in the kitchen at the house at the time?
Yes, in both areas, the kitchen and the bar.
Okay. You said you were in Australia starting in February of 2015, correct?
Correct. I arrived on the 4th of February.
And Mr. Depp arrived sometime after that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see Marilyn Manson while you were there?
No, I didn't.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson in late February, early March 2015?
Objection, foundation, speculation, relevance.
I'm just asking if he saw, he said he saw him every day, so I was asking if he saw.
I'll allow the question if you can answer it, that's fine.
Marilyn Manson didn't come to the house. I didn't see him at any point.
Do you know if Mr. Depp left to be with Marilyn Manson?
I don't know. I didn't always know where he was going. If he went out, it was either to work or the security would go with. I wouldn't generally go. In fact, I don't think I went out with him at all in Australia.
And you didn't go out with Mr. Depp at all when he was in Australia, correct?
I don't recall it. I saw him on set once or twice, yeah.
So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing in Australia unless you saw him at the house or on set, is that right?
I saw him at the house, yes, every day.
But you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing when he left the house, correct?
Generally going to work on Pirates of the Caribbean 5 filming, yes.
But were you with him?
No, but the security with him, and I had to liaise with him for when he would go and when he would come back for the driver, etc.
But you weren't there when Mr. Depp left the house, correct?
Generally, I didn't leave the house with Mr. Depp on those days, no.
And I just want to I want to be clear. There were two kind of periods that Mr. Depp was in Australia in 2015, right?
Sorry, say again.
Mr. Depp was in Australia from sometime in February 2015 until about March 8th, March 9th, when he injured his finger. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
And then Mr. Depp left Australia too, correct?
At some point he flew to LA, yes.
And then Mr. Depp returned to Australia on April 21st, right?
Okay, that sounds about that time. I don't know the specific date. I don't recall.
And the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, right?
Objection. Foundation speculation.
I didn't get... Oh, sorry.
There's objection.
You recall testifying to that in the UK?
I'll overrule the objection if you can answer it.
That the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, 2015.
I wasn't involved in the filming schedule. I didn't know when it resumed, to be honest. I knew Mr. Depp would come back to resume filming, for sure.
You didn't live with Mr. Depp in his house in Australia, correct?
Live with? No, I wasn't resident there.
Now, when you arrived at the house, you saw a significant amount of damage, correct?
Yes, through the course of, after I arrived, yeah.
Okay. And the scene was chaos, correct?
Chaos, I mean, there was a fair amount of damage.
The house was wrecked?
There was a lot of damage in the house, yes.
And the house was not in a good state, correct?
Asked and answered.
There was a lot of damage throughout the house.
You got to object first, and then you have your objection,
Yeah.
Mr. Moses.
Objection.
Stand, and it helps. Okay. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. Next question.
Okay. And you said there was glass on the floor, correct?
In a few areas, mainly predominantly in the bar, yes. Down in the lower ground floor, correct.
Okay, and there was blood on the walls, correct?
In various places, blood on the floor, blood on the walls.
And there was blood on the walls throughout the 3 stories of the house, isn't that right?
No, I wouldn't say that was the extent of it. There were smears up the staircase going up to the master from the main level. There were smears and drips on the carpet.
So there were smears from the master level up to the bedroom area? I mean, from the main level up to the bedroom area, is that right?
Up to the 3rd floor, yes.
Like someone had walked from the main floor up to the bedroom floor, correct?
There was blood going up the steps, up on the staircase, and some on the walls, smears where you might have done that. Yeah.
As if someone was walking from the main level up to the master bedroom, correct? Is that what the blood was like?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
Or down. I mean,
Up or
there was
down, but
blood
from the
on
main
that
level to
staircase.
from the main level to the 3rd floor, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you said the sofas were damaged, is that right?
One sofa in that sitting room, which was just off the kitchen, was quite an open plan thing. So off that, there was a sofa with a large TV on a wall-mounted TV in front of that sofa.
And the sofa was on the main level, correct?
Correct, just by the main kitchen, exactly.
And where the sofa was damaged, was that with what?
Blood.
Blood. Okay. And the lights were damaged?
Some lamps, a couple of lamps, yes.
Okay. And there were bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge, correct?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Did you see bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge?
Yes, I mean, there was, I don't completely understand what you mean.
You saw that, correct?
There was alcohol bottles, yes. Okay. There was, in the fridge,
Okay.
I mean, there may have been a bottle of wine, I don't know.
And the floors were ruined, correct?
Ruined, I mean, there was a lot of damage on the floor, down in the bar area, and the staircase, and on the main floor area, on the wooden parquet floor, correct?
And the floors were going to have to be sanded, correct?
I eventually got them sanded, yes.
Okay. And you were there, I think you testified it took you about 12 to 13 hours in the house cleaning up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that is it your testimony that you didn't see any of the paintings damaged?
The existing paintings from the owners from the house, no, none of them were damaged.
You didn't see any paintings with a painting of a penis drawn on it?
I did not, and thankfully that was something I didn't have to replace.
Do you know if anyone else
any
saw
painting.
that?
Objection, speculation.
I mean, I would have seen it.
When there's objection, Mr.
Oh,
King, you
I'm
just
so
need to
sorry.
stop. That's all
I'm
right.
sorry.
All right, if you stand, we can see you better when you do that.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. And you said that Jerry Judge was at the house, correct?
Correct.
And he's the head of Mr. Depp's security, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was at the house?
Yes, he was.
And Debbie Lloyd was at the house as well, correct?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Now, you understood that Mr. Judge saw scratches on Ms. Heard on March 8th, correct?
Objection, hearsay, speculation, foundation.
All right.
Hancock Whitney has just made being in business.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have, the cleaning lady was going to be coming to the house, correct?
The housekeeper?
Yes, the housekeeper.
Adele, the resident housekeeper. Yes, she was going to be. I mean, yes, she was employed through the week. Again, she wasn't there on weekends.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing everything that was in the house, correct?
Objection, speculation, foundation, vague.
I'll allow it if you can answer it. You can answer it.
Thank you. Concern, sorry.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing all the damage that had been done, correct?
I know that when I left to fly to LA with Miss Heard, I told both the chef and the housekeeper they didn't need to be coming to the house because Miss Heard, that essentially the principals weren't there. Mr. Depp wasn't there. Miss Heard was obviously with me at that point. So I said they didn't need to come to the house.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
Objection, hearsay.
It's his own statement.
His own statement. I'll allow it.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
I think I probably made a comment about, I should just come back and deal with this myself, if that's what you mean, and just get cleaned up.
And make sure that she wouldn't say anything, correct?
I don't know. I trusted her and the chef anyway. They were good team members.
As the house manager, part of your job is you said you worked with high profile people, correct?
High profile, high net worth, I think is what I actually said.
Would you agree that one part of your job is to keep things discreet for your clients?
Of course, it's part of my job. Trust and discretion, yeah.
And Mr. Depp was your client, right?
I'd worked on an assignment on those occasions, yes. But I was self-employed at the time, yeah.
But in March 8th, 2015 in Australia, Mr. Depp was your client, correct?
Correct, essentially, yeah. And Miss Heard, both of them the principals.
Who paid? And do you know who paid for your services?
As I said before, I was paid through Disney, who were making the Pirates of the Caribbean, their production company, which I believe was called Herschel.
Okay. And can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 377, which is already in evidence?
All right. You gotta put on. That's here.
Mr. King, do you see Defendant's Exhibit 377 in front of you?
I do, yes.
And do you recognize this as a lampshade that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015?
Yes, it was, I believe, one of the lampshades that was missing from one of the lamps.
Okay. And did you see this painting on the lampshade?
I did, yeah. It was part of my walk around to see what...
And what floor was the lampshade on?
This was on where the art studio was, on that main level.
Yeah, so on the main level, okay.
Yes. Excuse me.
And was this, did you notice that it was dark paint that was on the lampshade?
It certainly looked like it, yes.
Okay. And did you take this picture?
I believe I did. Yeah, without seeing the metadata.
Okay. And can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 374, please? And you recognize Defendant's Exhibit 374 as a mirror that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yes, I do.
And this mirror was in the bathroom, correct?
Correct. There were 2 mirrors in the bathroom above each sink.
And this was on the top floor, correct?
The master bathroom,
The master
essentially.
bathroom. And the master bathroom, just so I'm clear, was on the top floor,
Top
right?
floor, correct.
And this painting said starring Billy Bob. Is that right? Is that what you recall?
Yeah, I don't know. I was writing.
Okay. And was this in the writing? Was it in paint?
I believe it was the same paint, the oil paint that was used on the other mirror that we saw earlier.
Okay. And did you take this picture?
Again, possible. I haven't seen the metadata, but yes, probably.
And let's put back up Defendant's Exhibit 375. This writing was also in the master bathroom, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And could you tell if the black paint was on top of the red or under the red?
I didn't really analyze it, to be honest. I just knew I was going to have to clean it up at some point.
Right. Your whole concern was just cleaning up the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know who wrote what on the mirror, correct?
No, I know that one was oil paint and the other red writing was lipstick.
And lipstick, you're not even sure of that. You just saw it was something sticky. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure it's waxy, like
Waxy.
lipstick-like, same as the oil paint was oil paint-like.
Okay. Did you see paint? Did you see also any writing in blood?
Writing, not necessarily.
No? Okay. Now, did you help when Miss Heard was leaving to go back to L.A.? You were with her, correct?
Correct.
Did you help her pack?
I think I may have done at that point. Yes, I think I did.
Did you see weren't Miss Heard's clothes ruined?
I didn't see any ruined clothes.
There wasn't paint on her clothes?
Not that I could see. Not so much. Not at that point of packing. I mean.
There was paint in the tub, correct?
Say again, sorry.
There was paint in the tub in the bathroom, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall being paint in the tub.
And it's your testimony that there was no paint or blood on Miss Heard's clothes. Is that what you're saying?
Asked and
I
answered.
don't.
I'll allow.
Okay. Now, you said you were in charge of the cleanup, correct?
Yes, it was my responsibility. The house was.
And you were working with Mr. Judge in cleaning up the house. Is that right?
On the day that I arrived there.
Yes.
Mr. Judge did help me at some point. Yes, sweeping up glass, etc.
And was there photos taken of more than the three pictures you've been shown?
Photos
Photos of the house.
By whom?
Did you take any pictures of the house?
I took a few, yeah. I mean, yes.
And did you take pictures other than the 3 that we saw?
I think I probably did as I was going around.
Do you know who you gave those pictures to?
No.
Do you know what you took the photos with?
My phone.
And who would you have sent those photos to?
And send them to anybody at that point.
You just kept them?
Yes.
Did you show the photos to anyone?
No.
Do you still have the photos?
Yes.
Where are they on your phone still?
They're on one of my devices, yes.
Okay. Did you take a photo of the vodka bottle that you said was broken?
Yes.
And you have that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't give that to anybody?
There were a fair few photos. I can show it to you now if you want.
How many photos did you have on your phone?
I don't remember the number, but probably more than 10.
Did anyone ever ask you for the photos?
Several of them, yes. Yes.
Did you give them to the people who asked?
Some of them, yes.
Not all of them?
I don't recall how many.
Who asked you for the photos?
I was involved in a case in London a couple of years ago.
Did you give the photo of the vodka bottle to the people that you were involved in the case in London?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Say again, sorry.
Did you give a photo of the vodka bottle to the people you were working with in London?
I don't recall which photos I gave them to.
What other? So did you take photos of the walls?
The walls, certainly the smears of the blood and the damage, the plaster damage, yes.
You took photos of the walls with blood on it, is that right?
Yes.
And you took photos of the plaster, right, that was damaged?
At the end of the bar and in the bar, behind the bar, by the sink, yes.
And did you take photos of the ping pong table that you said was broken?
Yes, as part of the bar area, I'm
Did
sure.
you take photos of, there was a glass table that was broken too, correct?
A glass table? I don't recall a glass table.
Okay. Did you take photos of all the damage that was around the house?
Probably most of it, yes.
Okay. And the only time you gave those photos to anyone, you're saying, was in the UK case a couple years back?
I'd never shared them with anybody else, yes.
Okay. And it cost about $75,000 to clean up the damage, isn't that right?
I don't know the exact cost. I think I calculated at the time, after all the vendors had been in, done their thing, it's about 50,000, I seem to recall.
Okay. Now, you said you flew back to Australia with Ms. Heard, correct?
I didn't fly back with Ms. Heard.
Flew back to LA from Australia, thank you, with Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asleep for most of the flight, correct?
For a lot of it, I think it's a 14-hour flight, so I think we both slept for quite a lot of it, yeah.
And you were exhausted from the 13 hours you were working on the house, right?
Correct.
All right. And your testimony was that Ms. Heard said to you, have you ever been so angry with someone that you just lost it, correct?
After I'd asked, so, what happened?
But you didn't inquire as to what she was referring to, right?
I mean, by what happened, it was pretty clear what I was referring to.
Let me ask again. You did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you?
With her answer?
Correct.
She didn't inquire as to my reason for asking, but it was pretty obvious to both of us what I was asking and what her reply was regarding.
Do you have the copy?
Yes, that's fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. King, you testified on behalf of Mr. Depp in the UK, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you provided 2 witness statements, correct?
Correct.
And then you provided testimony in court, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you take a look at page 1103 of your testimony, you see how the pages go in 4s?
Yeah. No.
Do you see it's actually on the
Bottom right?
bottom right? You see that?
Yeah, I got it.
And if you actually look at, you see starting at the bottom of 1102, this was a statement when you said you did not, you say, Ms. Heard asked you, have you ever been so angry with anyone that you lost it? Your answer, that's correct. And you specifically remember that, do you? Yes. You said it never happened to you. Answer, that is correct. Question, she did not, I mean, if it was said, nothing was said about who she was talking about, was it? Answer, she was asking me a question. Question, she was asking you a question. Answer, yes. Question, you did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you? I do not recall asking. I know that she was asking for a question and I gave her an answer. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that was your testimony you gave in the UK 2 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know what Ms. Heard was talking about when she made that statement, correct? You don't know if she was inquiring, that she was making that statement about Mr. Depp, right?
Like I said, I'd asked the question, what happened, referring to the house, and she gave me that answer. So I think we were both, it was pretty clear to both of us what we were talking about. I mean,
And then you went to sleep.
At that point.
And then you went to sleep, and then you had the flight the rest of the.
Sometime after that, yeah.
Okay. Now, and you said you saw Ms. Heard with cuts on her arm. Is that right? On the flight.
That's right. Towards the end of the flight, yeah.
Okay. If we could put up 376G. Do you recognize this picture?
I've not seen this picture before.
Were these the cuts? Did you see cuts like this on Ms. Heard?
Is that Ms. Heard?
Why don't we put up 376C? Do you recognize the person in that picture?
That's Ms. Heard.
All right. And did you see cuts like that which are on her left arm?
Similar to that, long, like I described earlier, long, thin cuts, pretty uniform cuts.
These were the the cuts were like this on her kind of wrist, forearm area. Is that right?
I don't know what the date of this photograph is, but they look pretty uniform like they do here, yes.
Okay. I'd like to enter 376C into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 376C in evidence.
What's that?
No, you keep changing.
And can we put back up 376G? Seeing 376C, is this consistent with the scratches on 376G, or are these consistent with the scratches you saw on Ms. Heard?
I don't see a date. Is that the same time? Is that the same date?
My question is, are the scratches similar to what you saw on Ms. Heard?
These are uniform, kind of long, thin scratches, yes.
I'd like to enter
scratches.
376G into evidence.
Any objection?
I mean, foundation, he hasn't authenticated the document through this witness.
I mean, I'm just asking if the pictures are consistent with what
I'll
he's.
allow it 376G in evidence.
And can you publish it, please?
It is.
Thank you. Okay. Now, you were in the house, you said, for 12 to 13 hours on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct, going into March 9th, 2015.
Okay. And you spoke to Mr. Judge when you were in the house, correct?
I had interaction with Mr. Judge, yes.
And you had interaction with Dr. Kipper when you were in the house, correct?
Correct.
And you had interaction with Debbie Lloyd when you were in the house, correct?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And isn't it true that in the entire time you were there, you were not informed as to what caused damage to Mr. Depp's finger on March 8th?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking what he wasn't told.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You didn't know what could cause damage to Mr. Depp's hand while you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper told me he'd sustained an injury on one of his fingers.
Objection, hearsay.
Wait, you asked the question.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay, you said he sustained an injury to his finger,
Yes,
but you don't know what caused the injury to his finger.
one of
correct?
his fingers.
But you don't know you don't know how his finger was injured,
I
correct?
don't think anybody mentioned it to me at that time.
Right, no one mentioned it to you at that time, correct?
I don't
Same objection, Your Honor,
recall.
hearsay.
Sorry, I'll allow it. Next question. He answered it.
Now, you understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording during the cleanup, correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Did you come to understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording as people were cleaning up?
At that time, no.
But you now know that there was a phone that was recording people as they were cleaning up, correct?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
I'm not asking for particular statements.
That's fine. I'll allow it if he knows.
I believe that came up somewhere later on. At that time, I wasn't aware, but I believe I became aware of it later, yes.
Okay. I would like to put up Defendant's 378. It's a recording, and I want to play a couple of times. 12:07 through 13:19.
Is that the only segment you wish to have?
And then I would also I'd also like to play 1951 through 21:38.
And is this going to be used again, or is this?
I think it would be A.
Okay, 378A. Any objection to 378A?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have an objection. I believe this is a recording that has the voices of people other than Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, and on that basis, it's hearsay.
Okay.
Unless I'm incorrect about which document we're talking about.
Can we
Sure.
Yeah, so we have this where okay, so yeah, his accent is something like a poshy from England, and talking about his testimony from the Australian incident, seems to be pretty polite and well spoken about it, but of course, some people in the chat don't like his accent, others do. It's interesting. So yeah, and he seems like more of one of the calmer witnesses. Amber Heard's like all over the place, but she's very funny to laugh.
Excuse me, sorry about that. Going back to the photos that you took for a moment of that damage in the house, you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Depp ask you for the photos?
No.
Did you give the photos to counsel for Mr. Depp?
Some of them, yes. Yeah.
Did you withhold any photos from Mr. Depp or his counsel?
Didn't withhold any photos from anybody. I didn't withhold.
Did you give all of the photos you have on your phone to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
Not all of the photos on my phone, no.
All the photos of the damage that occurred on March 8th, 2015.
Probably not all of them. I don't think so, no.
You didn't give them all. You didn't give them all to Mr. Depp and his counsel.
I don't believe I gave all of the photos.
Why not?
because there are a decent amount of them. I mean,
So you picked and chose what photos you were going to give to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I gave an amount of photos to them.
Do you know how many photos you gave to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I don't know precisely, no.
Could you give an estimate as to how many photos you gave?
I really can't. No, an amount. I don't recall how many.
More than 3?
Yes,
More than 10?
possibly more than 10. Yeah, maybe.
Between 10 and 20?
Objection.
Possible.
Speculation.
I mean-
hasn't answered.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Do you know?
Sorry.
She overruled you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Possibly more than 10. Yeah,
But somewhere between 10 and 20, is that right?
possibly. I honestly don't know.
Could it be more than 20?
I don't think so.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel ask for all the photos?
I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other what they asked for?
I gave them some photos. I don't recall how many were asked for, requested.
And those were requested in 2020,
Correct. Prior to
prior to the UK
that, yes.
trial. Did they ask for them in this case?
I believe I supplied some for this case also, yeah.
You supplied photos for this case to Mr. Depp's counsel?
I believe I did.
Okay. And was that about the between 10 and 20 photos that you're talking about?
I don't remember how many for this.
But was it the same amount of photos that you gave to the Mr. Depp's counsel in the UK?
I don't know if it was the same amount. I don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel in this case ask for all the photos you had of the damage of March 8th, 2015?
All of the photos? I don't think they requested all of the photos.
They didn't ask for all the photos you had of that damage?
I don't know if they requested them all.
Okay. Was it Mr. Waldman who asked you for the photos?
Originally, I don't remember who called it. Shillings were the...
Did Mr. Waldman
the
ever ask
company.
you for the photos?
I don't know if he asked me specifically. If he was part of that team, I assume so.
And you spoke to Mr. Waldman, is that right?
I did a couple of years ago, yeah.
Okay. And he was part of the team that was asking for the evidence you had of what occurred in Australia in 2015, is that right?
He was part of that team, as I understood it, yeah.
Okay. And as part of that team, he and others were asking for photos from Australia from March 8th, 2015, is that right?
They requested them at some point, some of them.
And that's when you provided the 10 to 20 photos,
An
is that
amount
right?
of photos, correct.
Okay. And then was there a separate counsel that asked you for the photos in this case?
Yes.
There was?
Yeah, I mean,
was it-
it was essentially the same.
Who was it that asked you
Photos.
for photos in this case?
I don't recall a name specifically.
Was it a man or a woman?
I don't. I just part of the team. I don't recall.
Okay. And when did they make that request?
Ignite the fairways
With Fireball.
I don't know a date. I don't know specifically.
You know what year?
This year, last year. I mean, prior to this, obviously.
So it could have been in 2022 that they asked you for the photos?
I think it was prior to that. I don't recall.
So maybe late 2021 or early 2022, is that what you're saying?
Honestly, don't recall which part of the year.
But it's either 2021 or 2022, is that right?
I would imagine that's probably correct.
Okay. And you gave them some of the photos you had?
As I just said, yes.
Okay, but not all of them.
Correct.
So do you have more than 10 to 20 photos on your phone of the damage that occurred in Australia?
Again, I don't recall the amount.
But you have a larger amount on your phone than what you provided to Mr. Depp's counsel, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. Cumulative.
I'll sustain the objection. It was asked and answered.
Okay. Going to London for a couple minutes. You didn't live at the house in London, correct?
I didn't live there, correct.
Okay. Do you know if Miss Heard had friends over to the house in London?
She did. They came to stay Yes.
And they stayed from September 9th through September 22nd, 2014, correct?
I don't remember the duration, but that's possible.
Okay. And they were literally staying at the house, correct?
They were accommodated at the house, correct?
Right. And so you don't know who was drinking the bottles of wine that were brought into the house, correct?
At which point, what do you mean?
When Miss Heard's friends were there, you don't know who was drinking the wine.
Oh, they were all enjoying the wine for sure.
They were all drinking the wine.
I took care of them as I would take care of any guests that came into any house.
And wasn't it 5 to 7 guests that were at the house with Miss Heard?
I don't remember the number. It sounds about right.
Okay. And then at the end of the night, there was 1 or 2 bottles of wine finished, right?
When Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were there on their own, there was certainly that amount, yes.
But do you know how many? You don't know how many. You don't know how many bottles were there when it was Miss Heard and her friends, correct?
But I would say more.
You don't know, but you don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't recall the count, but certainly more than when there were just 2 of them in the house, because
you don't
there
know-
were
but you
7
don't-
extra people or 5 people.
But you don't know the count.
Precisely, no, I don't.
And do you know how much time Miss Heard was in London with Mr. Depp, not with her friends?
A fair amount of that time.
what
I
do you-
don't recall days. No, I don't recall.
So they were there for a month, correct?
Thereabouts, yeah.
And I mean, when I say they, Miss
Miss-
Heard and Mr. Depp were in London for about a month, right?
Correct, around about a month.
And wasn't it true that for about 2 to 3 weeks, Miss Heard's friends were also staying in London?
I don't think 2 or 3 weeks. I don't recall, but I don't think it was that long.
You don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't think it was that long. I
But
think-
you don't have anything to base that on, right? Just what your memory is saying.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what happened in London when you weren't there, correct?
You mean after I'd left of an evening?
Yeah.
Usually the chef was there still when I left each evening, Russell, who would take care of dinner and leave later that each night.
And then after the chef left, you don't know what happened in the house, correct?
I wasn't there.
Right. And you don't know for certain whether Mr. Depp drank wine or not in London, right?
I don't believe so. There's usually, when it was just the 2 of them in the house, there was usually only 1 glass in the morning, either on the kitchen sink or on the bedside stand in the master bedroom.
But you don't know who drank from that. You don't know who drank from that glass when you weren't there, right?
When I wasn't there, correct. But when I usually left the house, I'd already poured Miss Heard a glass of wine before I left, invariably.
But once you left, you don't know if Mr. Depp drank wine or not, correct?
I wasn't there after I left.
Okay. And you don't know what started the fights you talked about in London, correct? Other than that one you said you heard about her hand.
The second one that I described, I was in the vicinity. I heard the first comment of this. That was the start of that argument.
And you don't actually know if there was an argument before what you heard, right?
That evening, I didn't hear another one. I'll put it that way. It started in that room as I described earlier.
And you don't know what happened in Australia also between March 5th and March 8th, correct?
The 6th, I left on Friday the 6th was when I left for the weekend.
Okay, so between Friday the 6th and when you got to the house on March 8th, you don't know what happened.
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
Sorry, say again.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, correct?
Beyond sort of finger prodding and violent, I didn't see either of them be violent towards each other.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
I didn't see her be violent, depending on your...
I can show you a witness statement where you said you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time.
Okay, violence, yes, I didn't see violence per se.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Thank you.
Mr. King, have you ever been employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So in each of these situations where you've been around Mr. Depp, you've always been employed by somebody else?
Correct.
All right. Without sustain us to leading, we'll strike the answer. Next question.
Are you based anywhere other than the UK? Where do you live?
I live in central London.
Have you ever lived anywhere else?
Sustain the objection. Next question.
We heard some discussion on Cross about photos, which I suspect you remember. Why did you take the photos of the property damage in Australia?
As I do, and a lot of my jobs and various assignments and jobs through the years, I take photos as points of reference for whatever reason. I mean, if I'm packing suitcases up and they're going to be in transit and I'm not with the suitcases, I'll take a picture of contents and when I send stuff so I know it's gone and what's gone. I take pictures as points of reference. I sometimes take pictures of table settings that I've done or which I know I can use later on as reference.
Were the photos of property damage in Australia the first photos that you had taken in the course of working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading. Next question.
Had you ever taken photos before?
Yes.
What kinds of things had you taken photos of?
In London, reference points and dinner table settings, sometimes.
The CFA program speaks volumes for your character and it sends a good signal to employers.
Mr. Depp would write notes for Miss Heard. He'd leave notes on the sort of kitchen table when he left for work. I believe I took pictures of those. They were, there, things like that. Just setups of, once I set up houses, it's always good to take photos of rooms so I can cross-reference later on if I need to.
Did Ms. Heard or her counsel ever ask you for photos of any of the photos you took in Australia?
No.
I'll sustain as to leading. Next question.
Can I see Plaintiff's Exhibit 159? And I think this is a multi-page document. Can you scroll through? I think we have 3 pages here. Mr. King, do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the floor plan of the house in Australia.
And do you recall on cross-examination you were asked to kind of describe where some of the property damage was?
Yes.
So right now on the screen in front of you,
Yep.
Which floor would you say this is?
This is the top floor with the master suite and 2 other bedrooms.
Okay. And I believe counsel asked you if there was blood in one of the bathrooms or one of the bathtubs. Do you recall that?
Yes, they did ask that.
Would that have been on this floor?
I think they were referring to the master tub. I think that's what he said.
Okay. So can you mark on the screen where that would have been?
The master tub? It's over here. Can I just dot it? How does that
you just
work?
dot it, yes.
Okay, so that looks like the master tub to me.
And just to clarify, did you recall seeing any blood or damage there?
In the tub, no.
Okay. Can you mark for us on the screen where you did see the damage that was discussed on cross?
The mirrors, can I dab on here again?
Sure.
Yeah, so these are the sinks. The 2 mirrors were above each, the mirror above each sink.
Okay. Can we scroll up to the page prior? And can you point out for us on this page, well, first of all, which floor is this?
This is the main level floor, essentially the second floor if you want.
Okay. And can you point out for us here on this map which of the where the property damage was?
Yes. How many dabs am I allowed? Around here, kitchen area. This was the TV, the wall-mounted TV. I ran out of dabs.
And I apologize, actually, Your Honor. Can we move this into evidence?
Any objection to 159? No objection. All right, 159 in evidence.
Can we publish this to the jury?
Okay.
So, Mr. King, I apologize for interrupting you. So you were just pointing out where on the, I think this is the second floor?
Yes, essentially the main level, yeah.
Okay, so other than these three dots, do you recall any other places where there was damage?
Yes, where it says family room, there was the TV was wall mounted on that wall in between family and lounge. The sofa was approximately where you've got the red square, red rectangle now, facing towards the TV. The lounge, as you, sorry, too quick. The lounge was essentially the art studio. And the bedrooms over to the left there, where the damaged lamp and shade, blood on the duvet, etc. that I described.
Okay, and then let's go to the first page.
When I decided to get my
And which floor is this?
This is the lower ground floor.
Okay, and can you point out for us, did you find the finger on this floor?
Correct.
Can you point out to us where you found the finger?
Yes, I can. Right here. Ah, there we go. It's the end of the bar. It was on the tiled floor below that end of the bar.
Okay, and any other significant property damage that you want to point out on this floor?
Yes, as I said, this was the. Can I dab again? Yeah. So that was the most part of the broken glass. That's where the Stolichnaya bottle was, below that bar by the bar stools. There were 3 bar stools that you could sit at there. On this back wall here, there was plaster damage. Over here above the sink, or to the side of the sink, was more plaster damage on the walls. Behind the bar, that mirror was cracked, broken. Ping pong table was around there, collapsed on the floor. And around those 3 dots there, I'm going to put another one. That was the spillages as well, that smelt like alcohol to me, the puddles of alcohol.
Is that it?
I mean, that was the most part of the damage around that area, in front of the bar especially. There was, I mean, as I said, there were blood drips around that white cream-coloured tiled floor in the games room. And this is the staircase down. It was this side that the chip was out of the stone step. And if I can get another dab in there, right about in the centre of that bar, the chunk out of the side of the counter, bar top.
Okay. How many exits are there on the ground floor?
Well, all of these were exits. You know, all these. My office was off over here. I think you can just see out. It says study. Big glass sliding door. The gym had an exit up here. This went into the garage. There was a button you could press for the automatic doors to come up. The laundry area, which is right here, this is actually an exit out into the yard, essentially. The gym, all of those rooms had an exit.
Okay. Other than Mr. Depp's counsel, did anybody else ever ask to see your photos?
I'll allow it.
No.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, it's important that you do not discuss your testimony with anybody and do not pay attention to the trial and don't watch anything about the trial, okay?
Of course.
All right, thank
Certainly.
you. All right, you can step down, sir. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you.
Very funny chat, definitely. That was interesting. One, yeah, I think the taking pictures of notes is scared, and I was really focused on this and kind of watching chat and stuff. But yeah, it was and Depp's writing though, like, I want to sue this MF after Amber's show's over. Yeah, definitely, and I wouldn't blame him because that's kind of like taking pictures of notes. It's like he thinks he's like James Bond, like a spy, something like that. Yeah, that is definitely strange. And Chris, that was very funny things you said also. All right, so tonight was a fun stream. We're gonna be ending it. And we talked about a variety of different things tonight. It was quite eclectic. And we'll be seeing that new trial tomorrow. All right. So I want to thank all of you for coming here, and those that came earlier, those that are lurking. I appreciate every single one of you. And everybody have a good evening. And peace. Doesn't do anything. Right. Okay, there we go.